Test, test. Oop. Hello. Didn't realize my mic wasn't muted. Okay, though, because the ads are over. Hello. Good morning. All right, honestly, let's just jump right into it. Let's do this. Good morning, everyone. My camera is off. Don't know why, though. Uh-ohs. Camera is on. There we go. Ooh. There's me. There's an update, but it's okay. We don't need it. We don't need updates. Who needs updates? Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. How are you this morning? We are going to continue where we left off last time. Going to do a bit more drawing. We're drawing a Magic Academy card, which will be for the Mage deck, as one would expect. Just double checking my audio levels. Yeah, they seem good. But yeah, that's the plan for today. And yeah, I think that's basically it. How was everyone's weekend? Mine was good. I hung out with my dad as he's in town yet again, and helped my brother with some construction stuff in his house. So I'm pretty tired, not just from that, but just in general. I think I'm gonna do like a secondary sketch over this. And then we'll do a final sketch. But yeah, it was good. I think we're gonna add like a little bit more dimension here is what the goal is. But yeah, no, I just helped him with some stuff and looking good. That's pretty cool. Should be still a little bit loose with this because this is not the final. I mean, maybe it could be. Maybe I just... Yeah, it's probably good enough of a sketch to make this the final line art. Yeah. Here we are. Sorry, I thought I just saw my cat, but I don't think I did. So here we are. Looking around like a crazy person. Oh, okay. I think this is good, right? Like, I don't think we need more here. It's a decent sketch. I think feels like slightly off. Maybe I need the brush size to be a little bit smaller, I think. I have a tendency to do too thick of line art. But I mean, it's kind of part of the style at this point, but my wrists are just tired. Like, my arms are tired. Yeah. We don't have a power for this deck, so if any of you have an idea, I think we have like a list of ideas, which I should probably pull up so we can kind of contemplate as we go. But I think that could be interesting. Armies against entropy. Do 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 do. I did send the Discord message, right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I forgot to last time. Well, no, I sent it last time. I just forgot to do the ping. Okay, armies against entropy. We need the beta cards. Yeah, because we've got a few ideas for this. We've got we already have this. This is already a thing. Whenever you play a spell, place it back into your deck and reshuffle. Okay, we basically have that. Hey, no, that's my carpet. Yeah, you're very cute. You're all scratchy and junk. Discard a spell, do X. Whenever a card is discarded, do X. Whenever a spell is played, gain X units. I mean, that could potentially be good. Like just like a boon of units per spell played. There are spells no longer have any side effects when played. That's pretty crazy. 10 units to search for a spell. That could be it. We'll probably have to look at like what the deck actually looks like and see what it kind of needs, like out of all these. I mean, unit generation. Well, there's Valley now, which is when you. I don't need this open. I don't think. Is it gonna crash everything? Close. I shouldn't need it to be open for that to work. Maybe it's because it's not updated. I guess I do need it open. Oh. Did I break it? Are we broken? Uh-oh. Hold on. Broke it. Yeah, I done goofed. Messed around with it. Uh-oh. We've lost our camera. You can no longer see me. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. Wait. Okay, now we're fine. Wait. I didn't have YouTube chat. I was like, oh no, have I not been paying attention to YouTube? But I guess I don't think anyone said anything, right? No one on YouTube said anything. Okay, we're good. It's all good, guys. Everyone can breathe. Everyone calm down. Where the heck is this? Y'all, I don't know what's going on with me right now. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry. Yeesh. I'm all over the place. There you go. Okay. Let's draw. kind of hard to use my keyboard because I don't know if you can see the band-aid on my finger, but I hurt the tip of my finger doing construction stuff yesterday, like a dingus. And I had sound mute and I was waiting for you to talk. No, I'm here. What's up, Tebow? I was gonna say, you never know. It could have been me with muted sound. I wonder if this tower's too big. It feels too big. Though shrinking it does make the line art thinner, but whatever. How you doing today, Tebow? I haven't really said anything important, so I won't worry about it too much. Fine, how about you? I'm doing... How am I doing? I'm fine, I think, as well. I'm really tired, honestly. I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm like just exhausted. But other than that, I'm good. Been working extra so I can afford to live. You know how it is. Yeah. You guys, you popped on. I was talking about I injured my pinky, or not my pinky, my middle finger. So it's hard to press buttons right now. Not really that injured, but yo, Unsatisfied, what's up? How you doing? I was doing some construction work and I had like a hole saw bit, you know, like one of those big whatever, and I used the drill and it spun off of the thing and my brain was like, I should catch this spinning blade, and then I tried to catch it and it's not like that bad of an injury, but it's kind of just like in an annoying spot, you know? I try to catch a spinning blade, which I would say I don't recommend. Don't do that. So, yeah. That was fun. That's yikes, yeah. Good, I'm glad. What are you guys up to today? How's your life? What are you doing? Tell me the good news. We're drawing a Magic Academy today. We started it on Friday. Got the sketch done. And now we are drawing it. Something like that. Yeah. It's gonna have something to do with the magic deck, but I don't know exactly what its power is. We probably are gonna have to kind of like look and see where its like shortcoming is in the deck. I mean, it's okay to have some shortcomings, right? Like you don't want a perfect deck necessarily. Like it maybe should have some faults, but at the same time, like kind of the point of deck building is that everything should be fine. I don't know. Or everything should... Sometimes I just say things without thinking what I'm actually saying. You ever do that? Yeah, maybe it should have some areas where it's not perfect, right? Some weaknesses. I just got home from new school course thing. I don't know how to translate. No, you're good. No worries. Uh, yeah. How was it? Was it good? Bad? Ugly? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Never seen that movie, but I feel like everyone references that the phrase. You know? Kind of like these sort of like, I don't know. It's like this. It's a triangle, but with rounded edges. You know. Fun so far. Not sure how to explain it since schooling system here is different here. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. It is always interesting to see how schooling systems are different. I mean, the biggest difference I've seen for the most part, like, is just like the number of years and like how school, like different, like, you know, just the like the timeline of what the school looks like for a lot of the places, or a lot of things like that. My brain isn't fully functioning yet, so if I can't form like fully coherent sentences, I apologize. That's why we're just starting off with art. This place is like a little maybe too close to the edge of this cliff. Also, I don't know why mountains have anything to do with magic, but it feels right, you know? Oh. I get done. Hi. No? What do you want from me? What kind of course is it, Tebow? Is it like or is that the part you're having trouble translating? Because I mean, we got what? Math, science, social studies. I think it's higher education, but not sure. Where is a bachelor at least? ITC. Why am I blanking on what ITC is? Or ICT? Ah, gotcha. Information. Yeah, gotcha. I mean, it would be like what? Like for college, basically, or uni, depending on where you are, or whatever. This course is like not like classes. We start at a certain time and work on stuff. Interesting. Like an independent study sort of thing. Or is it like, wait, this course is not like a classes, but we start at a certain time and work on stuff. Oh, I did. Oh, so it's like a interesting. Yeah, I guess that is weird. It does end up being different. It's kind of maybe more like a master's or something. I don't know. That's interesting. What's up, Grot? How you doing? He's a guy here need to go in 5 minutes. No. We're just doing some drawing today. We're doing a mages academy, trying to get more of the starter decks good to go. I think this might end up being, rather than having it be like, we'll leave it solid lines for now, but I think we're gonna make it look like it goes like boggy down here. Be able to watch in about 2 hours. It goes on long. I mean, usually we go for about 3, so you'd probably catch the end of it. You know, catch like a 45 minutes to an hour at the end. Usually we go for that long. As an exams that the course is focused on this course is focused on what you learn at the end. There's a level you'll need. Interesting. Gotcha. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of weird how different education systems work. It's cool, you know, it's different. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, you know. There's no like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I feel like the structure in a certain sense, not that it doesn't matter, but trying to think what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Like the structure of the school itself, or like how you, like what the degree is when you end up with it. Like that's just a certificate, right? Like in the end, you know? So I don't think that really matters as much as like the information that you're learning in the classes individually, but that's just me saying stuff. I don't know. That's cool though. Wait, you're talking about education systems? Yeah, we're talking a little bit about it. Tebow was saying that he's doing a new class or new course thing. But the education systems between, you know, America and where he's at are different. So just kind of interesting knowing the differences, you know. Kind of hard to fully put into fully translate, right? Because there's not a 1-for-1. Today we are gonna learn this bit of code, but working on a project we need to know how to do something. So I go learn it and ask. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. It's sort of like an independent study kind of thing. I think is probably like the closest thing I could relate it to. I think we usually have the same piece of paper than the regular course does. Interesting. Please take this. In my country, the students have their own dedicated classes and teachers are the ones that move between classes, not the students. Yeah. In America is the opposite. Yeah. I was gonna say that's like honestly my like main thing I know about. This is gonna sound really, really nerdy, but pretty much the only like thing I know about like other countries' education is mostly from anime. So basically I only know Japanese education. Well, and I guess some Korean stuff, which seems similar to Japan, but I think most other places are like that, which I find interesting because like, I don't know, like if you're talking about like how these things formed and like having like respect for your elders and that kind of stuff, you know, you feel like that the students moving makes more sense. But I guess a lot of like education systems probably started out as like you're in one building anyway and there's one teacher, so it's like the way it kind of forms could be different. I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling, but I think it is interesting, right? It's like weird that why one over the other, right? Like, what's the difference, really? But yeah, no. In America is definitely different because you go to your locker between classes and grab your books and, you know. It's been different for me, all four schools I finished. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think in America, usually, like, your at least for me, the like usually go to like a singular school your whole life. You don't like yeah, there is like a middle school and a high school, but like usually those aren't that far separated. And you're usually going to the same ones with the same people. You're not like picking separate ones throughout your education years, you know? I mean, obviously, and then you go to college and there's like 10 quadrillion colleges, you could go to different ones. That's different. But between like high school and middle school, you don't like really choose. You just go to the one in your district, you know? You have lockers. Yeah. Bring everything for the day in the backpack. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, how many do you usually have every class every day? Like, will you do science and math and, you know, all the, because like the biggest thing was like picking up books between classes, right? Like you'll have like your like freaking textbooks. You don't choose what high school you want to go to? Usually not. I mean, college, yes. High school, at least, okay, this is my experience. I grew up in a small town, so this might not be true. Like if you're in a city or something, it's maybe different. But in a like small town like mine, you pretty much just go to the one that like is in your district, like your you know, your county. You guys have like 1 through 12 grades. Yeah, that's correct. I have like 8 years of the first one where you learn basic stuff, 4 years of high school, I guess, and then 3 years of college. And now the new courses for the next 4 years. Twitch doesn't allow new lines. Ah, interesting. Yeah. I guess not. I got you. You said. What? That's understandable. I live in the capital, so I have lots of options in terms of choosing high schools. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I didn't grow up in like a city, so like there's probably a chance you can like I grew up in like a very, very small town, so there is probably a good chance that like this is a skewed opinion or skewed perspective. But typically in most of the places you don't really choose what high school you go to. You can go to private school, so usually like there's the public school that you are basically defaulted to, right? So it's like, okay, I go to this this high school, but you could go to a private school, which then you'd have to pay money for, and instead of, you know, your tax dollars. So yeah, like that's the big difference there. Do you have an exam at the end of middle school? I mean, we always have finals, yeah, but it wasn't like to specifically get into like high schools or anything like that. You didn't have to like test into stuff unless it's a private school. Hey, what are you scratching my car before? Yeah, I guess what Tio said. Yeah, so we have 12 grades 1 through 12. But the but yeah, the first 8 years are what am I trying to say? First 8 years of it are middle school, or like, sorry, not middle school. there's elementary school, which is grades 1 through 5. I was homeschooled, so again, my for like the first 1 through 7. 1 through 7 is elementary school, then middle school is like 7 and 8, and then I think middle school might begin sooner, but that's when I went to school because I was homeschooled before that. And then grades 8 through 12 are high school. Check Stream Chef for even more confusion. Okay, I will. Here there's at the end of middle school, and based on what you get, you have access to better high schools. No, yeah. So for us, it's literally you're pretty much defaulted to get into, you know, your county's high school. Like that's basically what you're chosen to get into. But if you want to, you could go to a private school instead. Then you'd probably have to test into that, potentially, or just like you basically just pay money for that instead of it being like public access, right? Pay to win schooling. All right, we're gonna look at this graph. I don't understand the words, but yeah, I mostly just can't read it. So I don't think I'll go for hierarchy though. Yeah, I mean, so technically we have like after college you could get like a master's degree or a doctorate depending on like how crazy you want to go with education. But if you want to like go even higher than college, I mean, it's still in a college usually, but it's just like, what if there are not enough places in a high school? It just kind of usually is built. Well, it's built on tax dollars, right? So it's like they'll build a bigger school because like if you have more people, you have more taxes, and then you have more whatever, or you just end up having really bad schools that are over whatever, depends on where it is. But or like you have another school that's like you basically make another school within, like, because sometimes some counties share share schools. So like there might be one that takes up 2 counties because the population is low in those 2 counties, and then you just have to go to those schools. I mean, technically sometimes like you could I could choose to go between one county or another. The school bus wouldn't pick you up, which is something we talked about last time, but you'd have to like just find your own way there, or like your parents would have to drive you or something. All right, Grot, see ya. It was good to see ya. Maybe see you later. Yeah, I've heard of masters, minors, bachelors, and PhDs and stuff. They're right. Yeah. So it's bachelor's, or wait, is minor? Ooh, actually don't know. I have a bachelor's of science, which is technically a 4-year degree, but I actually got it in 2 years. Because I had like an accelerated program, we basically took 0 breaks, which is abnormal. Usually you get like a summer break and stuff like that. But I got no breaks, constant class for 20 months. And I got my degree, which is pretty cool. Whoa. Who did that? Who did that? Who done it? Where's my other tab? There it is. I figured it was Deep Toot. The deepest of toots. Welcome in. Yeah, technically my last course was 4 years, but did the fast one in 3 years. Yeah, exactly, right. You can have like an accelerated program. Couldn't be me. Would you? Would I? Let's I feel like you showed up and then all of a sudden my viewer count doubled. Not that there's like too many viewers, but Toot brings the party with him, you know? There was something I was gonna do along those lines. What was I gonna do? God, I'm blanking now. 100% intentional. Two still hurting. Oh yeah, I forgot that you had your you said you had your wisdom teeth taken out? Is that what's happening? Yeah. It's so funny. It's like it seems like it's going around because I think Fig is getting her wisdom teeth taken out, and so is my mom. It's just like 3 people I know are getting their wisdom teeth taken out around now. Like why? Why is that? Why is it now for everyone? Yo, DDP, what's up, dude? We don't have a sea flying elephant trucks here. Yeah, you said it was just what is it called? Local anesthetic. To be fair, I didn't have like loopy drugs. I was just like put under. Like I just was sleeping. They didn't I just went to sleep when I had my wisdom teeth taken out. Just lights out, done. Yeah, I didn't feel my lips area. I was fully conscious. Yeah, no, they're just like good night, and I'm like, okay, good night. See you later. It's very weird being put under because like I think some of the like anesthetic that they give you is like makes you forget. Because like you kind of just go to like you fall asleep and then you're like, oh, I don't remember when I fell asleep. I'm just kind of out. Very weird. The medication, good old. Actually, don't know what that is. Paracetamol. Actually, don't know what that is. I don't know. I can't say I know what that is. Okay, I like this texture better. Or 500 milligram tablets. Not sure if it's done. Yeah, yeah, there might be a language, whatever there. I'm sure I can look it up on. There might be a American equivalent. Acetaminophen. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Tylenol is like our name brand, but yeah, acetaminophen is the. But yeah, same thing. I figured it was something like that, or like ibuprofen or whatever. That then, yeah. Your typical, you know, typical headache, fever, cold, swelling reducer, whatever, you know. I like this sort of texture here better, right? This looks more good. More gooder. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna turn on this so I can be zoomed in and also kind of not in the right spot. Supposed to be over this way a little more. Oh, we can also turn this on. All right, it's gonna be pointing at nothing right now. She's in her box as per usual. Activate all the cameras. Oh, we're not even in the art display. That's probably why. Hold on. Hold. This will be a better viewing experience. There we go. So just for everything pain, yeah. Headache. Any pain. Yeah, it's basically like literally, yeah. We have that and ibuprofen. Those are basically the two ones, which is I guess that's the common name for it is ibuprofen. Trying to decide if there was a different name, but I guess like a can't think of the name brand for it though. But yeah, Tylenol is our name brand. Ibuprofen, but it's pronounced differently. There's, I mean, Advil is the name brand we have, but I'm sure it's called something different elsewhere. But yeah, I mean, pretty much all that stuff is, you know, there's a few, you know, basic things, basic pain relievers, you know, which, you know, are mostly good for like minor stuff. And then it's like, I think they gave me like something crazy when I had mine. They gave me like oxycodone or something when I had my wisdom teeth removed. Which is like the, I don't know. Maybe these lines should be thinner, like in the background. So maybe I should just do this as a separate layer too. Yeah. Let's do this. Oh, drawing. What card is this for? This is the Magic Academy, is what we're doing here. It'll be for the mage deck. Damn, it's windy out here. The trees are going wild. Gonna check the weather app real quick. All right, don't die. There needs to be a door here. I think there's something I was gonna ask you, Toots. I don't remember what it was now. I feel scatterbrained today. God, what was it? I don't know. Here we are. And we were talking about schooling. Did you get to choose your high school, Toot? Or did you just you just get to like go to whatever one was in your county? Because we're talking about different schooling systems, and for me, I just kind of like, you know, went to the one that was in my town. But I guess I could have gone to a private school, but at least wind speed is about 37 kilometers an hour. That's, ooh, dang. That's fast. Holy hackaroo. Stay safe. That looks like a lighthouse now, but it's okay. There were private school options, but your public school is just decided for you wherever you live. Yeah, okay. So I was just making sure it wasn't just like you know, my experience. Because I was homeschooled for the first like, you know, I don't know, like 12 years of my life. Yeah, okay. Can confirm then. Can confirm that is the correct answer. I guess this doesn't really need detail. It's gonna be covered up, and that will be like that. It's a little off-centered and it's bothering me. I don't mind it looking a little wonky, but a little too off-centered. Oh, that's what I was gonna say, Toots. Do you see all the new redeems? We got some new redeems. Some of which you requested. And by some, I mean one of them. She'll peruse. Try to take painkiller and sometimes so me tooth be hurting, matey. Ah, damn. Shall I pursue? Whoa, are these all from Friday? Yeah. We got them all done Friday. I still don't know if the Armies Against Entropy card should be that expensive. It's like, it technically is like going to be a bigger piece than than a doodle, but it's something I'm doing anyway. Like, I'm going to be making Armies Against Entropy cards, so maybe I'll make it cheaper. I don't know. I was thinking about maybe making it the same price, but I don't know. Yeah, but like, I'm already making cards, right? Like, the goal is to just keep making cards. So it's like, yeah, it takes much more time, but it's also something I want to be doing on stream anyway. Whereas like the doodle, not that I don't want to do the doodles, but like it's not as productive, I guess. Maybe 5K. Currently 6.7 Bitcoin. Haven't spent a lot of it. There you go. Nice. That's a personalized card to a degree, I guess. Yeah. I was thinking about making it the same as the doodle, which I don't know if is fair or not, but or what the I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, but the new streams for free. Yeah, dude. They're from Friday. It's pretty much what we worked on. We did that, and then we started the sketch on this, and then that was about it. Sorry for if you answer, or sorry if you answered already. I didn't bring my headphones. Oh no, you're good. You're good, dude. Yeah. All right, it's time. I knew this was coming. All right, you're missing out on Luna for a second, so you can see me do this. So you can confirm that I did it. I need a better way to do this, because this isn't really this isn't the way. Unlike the Mandalorian, this is not the way. All right, here we go. I did it. And we get 5. What were you expecting? Were you expecting more or less? Good form, bro. Thank you. I need to get like a extender for my camera because it's like slightly not good. Also, we're probably due for this back on. Well, push up and singular sit up are singular. Oh. Yeah, it's probably should be. It does say in the description that I do either 5 push-ups or 20 sit-ups. They could be singular, but they're on a cooldown, so you can't just like blast it. I could do like 1 and then like click fast excitement. You're good. In raid, yeah. And I get to choose because I don't want to have to do like 10 million push-ups necessarily. But maybe I'll get swole now, you know? I'm on the wrong layer. Come on, why didn't you redeem the layer check before this? Oops. Oh, thanks. There we go. I'll save it as well. Thank you. Oh, kitten's out of the box. The cat's out of the box. Cat's out of the bag. Goodbye, kitten. Wait, wrong thing. Cat cam. I'll have to wait for you more for the guard. Here, because I'm feeling gracious, I'll give you your money back. Need to prioritize stream on Friday. Yeah. Stop doing whatever you're supposed to be doing and just get more points. Well, I mean, I already checked my layer, so, you know. Yeah, Adam's gonna be in the game one way or another. There you go. Yeah, so there are some restrictions on the you know, on the AE card stuff, but I think it says in the redeem, you can kind of read it, but I don't know if I need to do a better description. I kind of like threw it in there at the end, but it's like it's it's not like necessarily the card will be like named after you or like but it will be like it's in your honor, right? Like you can kind of choose the theme of the card. I don't know how I feel about that. I think it looks okay, but you can choose like the theme of the card. If you like, oh, I want a rogue or whatever. It'll be a discussion regardless, right? Because it's not like I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you can do whatever. You can have a spaceship, you know, like but also, you know, there's a limited amount of control I'm going to allow, but that isn't to say like you won't get to like have something interesting by the end of it. Do I need to add anything else here, or is this kind of good and we just go for coloring at this point? I mean, we'll have the mountains in the background, I guess. We need those. Other than that, I think we're keep the idea with the fantasy lore of the game. Yeah, that's the the thing. I think it's fair, right? Like, I mean, it needs to fit the game. I was talking with Maximus about it when I was pitching the idea on Friday, and he was like, well, you could do like you could make it so it's just like a custom AE card that isn't necessarily in the game, that could be like anything. But the problem is then like I would have to then make it really expensive because it's like almost like a finalized art piece that then doesn't go into the game. Like I could make like Tebow's card, like Tebow's Paladin or whatever, right? Like it could be like specifically named after you, but I don't know if I necessarily want that in the game because it doesn't currently fit. Like if we had named cards, maybe it would make sense, but I think having ones that are like, you know, sort of inspired by you, but isn't like 100% directly, you know, in like your name. Like maybe it could be inspired by you, like it could be like the Knight of Tebonia, Tebonia. I don't know. You know, like it could have like a sort of like nod to your name, and then like and have maybe I don't even like that, to be honest. Tebow Paladin wouldn't want it to be like named after me, but like a small text at the bottom says like, yeah, it's idea by Tebow. Yeah, actually that is an interesting thought. I wonder if I should have like crediting like you would credit for art. I'll have to think about that, because like a lot of these cards are like people's ideas anyway, right? Like I am stealing a lot of y'all's not stealing, but you know, y'all are offering your ideas to me when I'm doing a lot of this stuff. So it's not exactly, you know, I don't know how I feel about it. I'll have to figure it out, because right now we don't have like crediting on any of the cards or anything, because like all the art's by me, and that's typically where it is. So I don't know. I have to think about that. But either way, it's like, you know, it's a card made in your honor that's in the game. Like I feel like maybe that's enough, but I don't know. Maybe not. I'd have to see how people feel about that. Yeah. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't know. I think this looks pretty decent. We'll add some like brick texture and stuff when we get to it, but would be for me. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, we're hitting an ad. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll have another hour of ad-free viewing. So I'll be back, and I'll see you in just a bit.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind
meantime,
like,
enjoy
telling
this
us
video.
what your favorite and least favorite part of playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there was a single thing I enjoyed.
My friend Kyle and I made a game in 2 weeks for a competition, and as you can tell, it didn't go very well. But what actually went wrong? To get into that, let's start from the beginning. As I've been trying to get into more game development communities, I found myself stumbling into the homemade trading card game Discord server. And the coolest part about this server is that it hosted game jams, something that I usually thought was reserved for video games. For the uninitiated, a game jam is a competition where you have a set amount of time to make a game. Then you are given a prompt or theme to follow. Once the allotted time is over, the game is judged and you see who wins. Kind of like a 24-hour film festival or a hackathon if you're familiar with one of those. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the development of our Game Jam entry for the May 2024 HTCG Land Jam, Armies Against Entropy. In preparation for this jam, I partnered up with my buddy Kyle. You may remember him from my first devlog of Soul. We made the original version together. Anyway, we decided the first thing to do was to look over the judging criteria, come up with a schedule, and divide up responsibilities. This all pretty much went out the window day one, so I don't know why I bothered telling you this, but let's get on with it. As I said, this jam was hosted by the homemade trading card game Discord community, and as with most jams, there was a theme to help keep everything fair and keep people from submitting projects they worked on for years or whatever. In this case, the theme was lands. For all you trading card game people, this was clearly very Magic the Gathering inspired. Upon hearing this, Kyle and I got a document together and started brainstorming ideas. This was pretty stream of consciousness, and we tried not to discount any ideas from the start. And while we didn't take all these ideas directly, a lot of them did help us come up with different mechanics for the game. So here's some of the ideas we came up with. Land is mana, basically like Magic the Gathering. I'll say this wasn't something we wanted to do, but it was worth putting out there because it's probably everyone's first thought. That said, our goal was to move away from this and defy any expectations. Land is a battle arena / cards you fight over. I'm pretty sure I've seen other games like this before. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen it. Basically, this would be a card that you play other cards on top of to battle. Then you get to claim the land if you succeed, which would then give you some sort of benefit or bring you closer to a win condition. A game like Stacklands. The word lands made me think of the game Stacklands. If you haven't played this game, I would definitely recommend it. This ended up being a pretty big inspiration for the game, so we'll get into that more a little bit later. Lands are spawner cards. I was originally thinking of Loop Hero when I thought of this idea, but we ended up kind of using a little bit of this concept, but not exactly from the idea that we wrote down. We'll get more into that later. So despite us saying we had 4 days to come up with a core idea on our schedule, we already had one day one. We liked the idea of something like Stacklands, a resource management game where you generate resources and battle monsters. We ignored the sort of survival aspect with the, exception of the battling monsters part. We also decided we wanted this game to be cooperative. We thought that it would work better for this sort of format and something more unique that we could bring to this jam. Kyle had work, so before starting this game in earnest, we did a bit of brainstorming and tried to expand upon this idea in the meantime. Here are the thoughts we came up with. The game was going to have one resource. While Stacklands or other resource management games usually have many resources to manage, we wanted to take a simpler approach.
Ads are over.
This is partly because we wanted the scope to be...
But yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do? I'm going to put it... I'm gonna put it at 15 for now. If I stop making armies cards, like if I'm not doing beta cards like nearly as frequently, then I will probably raise it. If we get like a bajillion more viewers, I will probably raise it. But for now, I think at our current sort of, you know, currently we're in our Armies Against Entropy card drawing arc, you know, so I don't think it's such a bad thing to just be kind of, you know, having the price lower on it for now. So we'll leave it at 15 for now. I think that's fair. Let me pull up. Sorry, my voice is just like cracking. Let me pull up some, oh, YouTube viewership peaked at 8 viewers for a second there. Kind of crazy. Anyway. Tell us about your weekend after you're done. Oh no, I'm just gonna pull up some art stuff so I can sample some colors. My weekend, my dad's been in town, so again, which is cool. Basically for most of the weekend I either chill with him. We also helped my brother work on his basement. We've been remodeling it, so did some duct work, which was something I very unfamiliar with, but my dad's like pretty construction savvy. So it was much easier than I expected. I'm gonna open a bunch of cards that I feel like kind of fit the right vibe, and then we'll kind of color it appropriately. Like Monk kind of feels right. Necromancer kind of feels right. This is way too many cards. A lot of these are like the same sort of color palette. We also need to look at Mage's Tower. That's another one in sort of the magic theme. Sick, do you learn a lot? Sort of. I mean, I think like it was less that I like learned and more that I it was more that like I feel confident about what I would have thought, you know? Like I understand how it worked, but it was like I wouldn't have been I wouldn't have felt confident in any of it if I had to have done it myself, you know? So I mean, I guess I learned, right? Like learned in that sort of sense, but it wasn't so much like, you know, I wasn't like knowledgeable about it. It was more just, well, I guess I wouldn't have been confident in it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it was cool. What else did I do? That was pretty much it. We had some good food, you know, just hung out. How about you? How was your weekend? This goes for everyone. You can tell me. You can tell me a weekend. I demand it. Tell me a weekend now. Thank you. Please. And thank you. Give me a minute to remember. I feel you. Yeah, I'm really tired now, though. I was already tired before, but man, like climbing up and down ladders and like all that kind of stuff gets your real tired, like, you know what I'm saying? I'll tell you what. Probably too much snow, but I think we're just gonna go like this and then run it back. Use the eraser. And maybe just do that. I don't know. I was jumping the gun a little bit on that, but doom 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 doom. Hi kitten, bye kitten. Meow. Hi. What's going on? Come here. Look who I found. Kitten break. I'll hold you like the way you like. There we go. Okay. You not want to be held right now. You want to play. Hmm? She's purring at least. Okay, you can be free. There's a mandatory kitten break. Good girl. Saturday I went to a museum with some pals and then went to Costco. Sounds like a great time. What I worked on my car pretty much the whole day. Fun car work or sad car work? Also, what kind of museum? I feel like maybe we can make the mountains like a bit darker in the background. Do that kind of color, and then do the foreground mountains, like foreground this color. Maybe. I feel like it's gonna be too dark. What kind of lighting do we want to go with here? Do we want darker, lighter? What are we thinking? This one had to check my credit card history to remember what I did on Saturday. There you go. Museum was contemporary art museum. It was like kind of bad time because nobody was really had an artsy background, so they didn't stop to think about anything much at all. Yeah, I get that. Bad. Sag. I feel like this has to be like this color, but maybe like a little bit lighter. Try to work within the palette, but I was thinking maybe sunset. It would be different. Yeah, I could see it. That could be kind of cool. Like we could do like an Aurora Borealis in the background or something. And then you could have like, you know, like the lights on in the buildings, which would be kind of cool. Yeah, like windows wouldn't be naturally colored. Maybe, yeah. I guess we could see. Play around with it. Add windows for that, just because. In that case, we will go with like a a darker color for the mountains. Look like that. And then we'll do... Yeah, we can... I guess that is that color. I'll be fine. Car stuff was fun to work on. I was repainting my valve cover, gasket, heat changing. Didn't know anything about paint, so I probably took way longer than I needed to. Sunny picks, okay. I'm assuming that was you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks good. Heck yeah. Nice. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was just like, oh man, getting on a 5-minute appearance or another appearance for 5 minutes. Well, welcome back. Good to see you. I guess we're gonna go with like a really dark colored sky then. Actually, maybe we will stick with. We're kind of playing around here with colors. Current topic of discussion: what you did this weekend. Also, what sort of lighting we're doing on this piece. Yeah. We're thinking of nighttime and kind of like a glowy sort of nice sort of dealio. This lazy laser music. Yes, this is Exploring the Ruined City. Pretty much always do lazy laser. Maybe at some point I'll switch it up. Honestly, I feel like I would like to do some what's it called? Some like non-royalty free stuff sometimes, but like at the same time, I kind of don't want to have to deal with that. You know what I mean? Because like then it would just be unmonetized, which means it would have to be muted or whatever. But sometimes I'm jamming to music before I stream, and I'm like, man, it'd be cool to listen to this on stream. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of nice to have the VODs, you know. Oh, it's Eraser. Hitting the wrong button. Seemed like it was something else, probably because there's a lot of... yeah. 5 minutes are almost up. Well, it's good seeing you for 5 minutes. Honestly, this doesn't make sense. That would be like this. This would be like this. Probably could have just... You know what? Whatever. This you'd see over here. This you would not. This would still be that. I'm kind of like getting ahead of myself. I really should be blocking colors and not doing this yet, but you know, here we are. Okay, let's block colors in. You'll be missed. Indeed. Indeed you will. Let's do... I mean, this has got to be just another gray, right? A lot of gray, and then we're going to color things with lighting, I think is how this is going to work. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? How you doing today? What are you up to? No much being into new card. Yeah, this is the Mage Academy we kind of discussed before. All right, it's time. I figure we kind of just keep alternating. So we're gonna do new setups this time around. My sit-up form probably is not as good as my push-up form, but mostly because it's kind of hard and when you don't have something to, like, lock your feet into. We'll just have the cat cam on. There you go. Well, can't see me yet. There you go. Literally, it's just like just too short. Hello. Hi. Hi. I tried to catch her. I don't know how many I did now. I always lose count. I think that's 15. What are you doing? What are you doing under my desk? What are you doing under my desk? Hmm? We did it. Also, people actually I still don't know how to pronounce your name there. Grot in Nashes has vanished for you, indeed. Goodbye, Grot. Good seeing you. See you in an hour. I have no complaints about your form. Pleasure doing business with you. It's very transactional. Well, now I'm kind of sweaty. I need to take off my hat for a second. You get a free hat redeem because I have terrible... Well, the cat just decided to go right where I was. Kind of a win-win. You kind of got 3 redeems in one. Yeah, it's coming along. The art. I guess technically that would be a different color. Yeah, what are you up to, Donomus? You said not much already. Never mind. I already asked that. Yeah, just doing some art. We're doing we decide we're doing like a nighttime sort of thing. It sounded fun. Okay, the cat's gone. He left. Hey. Yeah. Trying to think of another topic of conversation here. We don't know exactly what this card does yet, so we can kind of discuss that if you'd like. I feel like it might be prudent to like look at what the other cards do and try to figure out what exactly would be the best thing for the deck, or maybe like just something it's kind of lacking, you know. but I don't know why my computer was chugging. I had 5 Adobe apps open in Photoshop. I literally had the same thing. I need to get more RAM because like I had 3 Adobe products open, and then I was also running Tabletop Simulator, and I was also video recording, and I'm like, why is it being so slow? And I'm like, oh, like, why is it lagging? It's like, oh, because you have way too many programs open. You complete dingus. I like a dingus when I figured it out. Yeah, right. You say Control Delete, and you're like, ah, 80% of my memory is being used. That makes sense. My problem is that I use Dynamic Link with Premiere, which links it to After Effects, which then kind of just continues to eat up memory, even if I've rendered everything out. So it's like I'm using like 50% just by having Premiere open. It's funny how much like blocking and colors really helps just to sell the look of stuff. Just like helps it stand out, you know? What do we think? Should it be a dirt path or like a stone path? Like the little paths along here. Trying to decide. Gotta be cobblestone, bro. I was thinking that too. I mean, you're not gonna be able to tell it's cobblestone, but I mean, I guess I could really go detailed with it, but probably doesn't make sense. I do think it should be a different gray than the building gray, though. Like maybe this one. I don't know how different this is. Not very. Let's get the roofs first, because I think this is the roof color. Carve the stone straight from the mountains it's nestled in. There you go. I guess it wouldn't be cobblestone. It would just be like you carved texture into the ground. Is that a thing? I don't know if, I guess it could be. But they also have magic, so they could just do whatever the frick they want, you know? You're a wizard. Should these other buildings not be like a stone roof, instead be like some sort of like wood? I think probably. Gives it some variation. It's all gonna be pretty dark, so I'm not really super worried about it, but the colors are gonna be dark anyway, so not too big of a deal. Yeah. I think we could make this so like it has spells have no cost and put it on like a unit effect, which would be kind of interesting. I think that would work pretty well with the new god thing we did. Dryness makes you want to hit the craft. Yeah, right. Does feel kind of Minecrafty. Cobblestone path, huh? That works. It's a slight variation, but all we really need. Probably all look the same in the end, but who cares? Okay, and then for the lighting, I'm trying to decide. I feel like it would look super cute and cozy if we did just do like yellowy orange lighting. Like kind of like how the kind of like how the witch's hut is, maybe. Like we could do it kind of a cozy look like this, maybe a little more orange, kind of like the library. Or alternatively, we could go. This made me want to hit. Oh wait, I already read that. So we could do something like the library, make it like orangey, kind of cozy, or we could go into like full like magic-y and do like this sort of teal kind of crud. You okay? Nah, blues and purples, nighttime, magic, twilight vibes. Okay. You okay? Coughing up a hairball. Okay, we'll do, yeah. I like purple. I like the idea of purple. Coming from the windows. Purple still feels like it's like kind of cozy, but not too whatever. Feels right to me. Let me add, before I get too crazy with lighting, let's What? You don't like it? You gotta trust the process here. We can always change it too. It's on separate layers, so. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah, exactly. Color shift is your friend. I think it'll look good, though. Favorite Lazy Laser song. Toots, when are you gonna stream? That's the real question. Question on everyone's mind. This isn't even visible. I don't know why I'm spending effort on it. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's the opposite of purple, yellow. Yeah. I feel like we can maybe do some cool stuff here. I'm just thinking about the lighting as I'm drawing other stuff here. Slowly putting texture in. Yeah, I think it helps sell the brick look. For sure. Stone castle sort of look. Doesn't need to be perfect either, because it's kind of okay if it looks a little bit rickety, you know? This is an old castle built in the mountain kind of deal. It's not really a castle, but you know what I mean. I have to do the whole bridge here. Whole heckin' bridge. Having a bridge to the Magic Academy, it was, well, I guess actually I feel like a lot of Magic Academy kind of things do. I was thinking about like the one in Skyrim, but I guess Harry Potter also does, right? The trend. Gotta have a bridge to your Magic Academy. Otherwise, what are you doing? What kind of wizards are you? The super interesting part of drawing. Adding a bunch of little lines. But yeah. I did a play test with Grot the other day. That was definitely good to do. I'm still solidifying my idea on the whole, like, deck building sort of aspect, like what exactly my goals are with it and whatnot. I just realized that this actually should be just colored in, even though I was like, oh, maybe it shouldn't be colored in. I mean, it should at least have like this. Yeah, and then we'll do line here. But yeah, it went well. It was kind of a pretty good game because like it was relatively challenging, but still winnable. I don't know. It's always interesting to see how other people play the game because you know, I've been playing it myself for so long. But yeah, it was cool. I gotta do more playtests, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still unsure about the power level of the old god. I think maybe I can't tell if they're too strong or too weak, because I kind of like sometimes feel like horribly strong and sometimes they feel just like too weak. So I don't know. The consistency is the hard part, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we have the texture in. Now let's do some lighting. We've got this in here. Let's do there's a few things I want to do. One is like just a major over thing. I want to do this and then just do multiply. And then we'll kind of erase where it's going to be bright. Although I think we're going to wait on that to get like some just general shadows in here first. Let's start with, maybe go with like purpley shadows just for the giggles of it. We'll try something a little different today. I didn't even realize I was singing the song that was coming up next and not the song that was currently on. You know a playlist a little too well. Kind of just painting in some definition here. Light. I think I want to have some like torch lights along the path as well. The one thing I kind of want to get in here before I get too far as well, I guess it's got to be on the layer above here. I want like a layer of like fog down here. Sample all layers to here. Gotta be over the line art. Needs to be a different color, but I think that's fine. Ooh, hold up. It's kind of looking spoopier than I was expecting. It's okay. We need an... We'll call this fog. Then we also want... an add layer, which will be this purple, and we do it on add, and then we go in and get some glow. Spoopy. Yeah, it's kind of turning out spoopy. I'm not entirely sure how to feel. about? It's kind of cool, but maybe too spoopy. He's on top of it. Push-up time. Ugh. Ugh. Hopefully I was in frame there. You're gonna be jacked by the time I'm done with you. Deal. Doing the backwards hat. Just kidding. It's never gonna happen. Just kidding. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I had a bunch of notifications. I was wondering what they were. Now, before we go too much further, let's see if we like a different color, right? Because originally I was thinking more of like an orange. Although I don't think I would want the... Oh, I'm like, why is this not looking right? It's because it's not above everything else. The thing is, if I did an orange, I would make the rest of it Oh, gotta go dinner. All right, see you, dude. Catch you later. Maybe the thing to do then is... just curious. Because we could kind of go... like this sort of deal. I don't know. Let me finish this and then we'll kind of go back and maybe change stuff if we need to. I think we'll have like little like lights. People walking around. We do need the... We also probably need just like a standard soft light of this, like going around. And then maybe to kind of make it a little less spoopy. Do like a brighter sky, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get there. Kind of cool. I think the problem right now is it's pretty monochromatic. Like the little punches of little color there kind of feels nice. We could also potentially just do that instead of the purple. Like we could do this and the lights themselves be like this. It's very Halloween-y. Oh, hold on. Oh. Wait. Yeah. I don't know, I kind of like that better. Feels more correct. We can do some weird stuff to this guy. I think the contrast between these makes it a little bit better too. I don't know. I don't know what y'all think, but we're coming up on an ad here. Okay. Rim light from big old moon. Yeah, I could see that. The moon's kind of gonna be like obscured a bit. I think we'll do a crescent moon. Let's just for the fun of it, we can kind of look purple currently. Or we could have like the moon, like option one is have the moon like this, right? We got a moon here. Or we could have like a big old moon like this. He's a big old moon. I think you might be right. I'm assuming this is what you meant. Like kind of like the moon is like overtaking everything. Right now it's kind of behind the we actually could turn off this and it gets much brighter. Yeah, I agree. I think this works. It's magical. The moon's huge in there, you know? Why not? It's magic, why not? That's the excuse. All right, we got 8 seconds to an ad, so we're gonna have to do that, but tangent. Where? With the Title overlay thing. Oh, we can move it. There you go. Is that technically a tangent? I guess it is. All right, ad starting. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll finish this up. BRB.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads,
Skip ahead
would
3
you
minutes on this.
mind like telling us what your favorite
Already
or
seen
least
it.
favorite part of playing this was?
Time, here are the
Be right
thoughts
back.
we came up with. The game was going to have one resource. While Stacklands or other resource management games usually have many resources to manage, we wanted to take a simpler approach. This is partly because we want the scope to be smaller, but also because we want the game to be as simple as possible. While a video game like Stacklands might be able to manage having players deal with nitty-gritty resources, a real physical card game doesn't really lend itself to that and can end up bogging the game down. To go along with this, we decided land would generate units. These units acted as both health and damage when placed onto cards. We had debated on whether or not these units would be different types of creatures and had different effects based on what generated them, having different lands generate different units, but we figured in the end this would make the game much more cluttered despite maybe sounding more interesting. So we ended up keeping the units basic and allowed the card to change the unit's functionality. For example, the idea behind it was like sending a peasant to a castle makes them a knight. We also decided units would be represented by tokens rather than cards. Originally I was opposed to this idea, seeing we were trying to make it like a trading card game, but then I looked at Magic and was like, oh, right. Anyway, more on units in a bit. We also decided there would be 5 types of cards: gods, heroes, structures, lands, and spells. Spells we didn't include in the first version as it didn't seem necessary for our minimum viable product, but we got them in later in the development. Our last thought was that maybe this game could either be played as a co-op game or a dueling game. We decided to test the dueling game first because we didn't really need to make a monster deck and we could just jump right into playtesting. It being the weekend and finally having all our ideas together, Kyle and I met up on Discord and quickly put together a player deck. We used a lot of placeholder stuff like random fictional hero names and random structure ideas. Then once we got it all together, we sat down and played the game. And unfortunately, it sucked. It wasn't fun at all due to the game basically being made in such a way that whoever went first would always be the winner. We really didn't want this to be a dueling game anyway, so we pretty much gave up on that idea and decided to start making a monster deck. So in that vein, we started working on the mechanics for the evil deck, and here's what we came up with. The evil deck would have similar types of cards: monsters, which were just heroes renamed, structures, lands, and spells, and then what we were tentatively calling demons, which were the opposite of gods. However, to keep this from getting too confusing, I'm going to call them by their final names, which were the old gods instead of demons. Secondly, rather than having units, monsters would have a set power level, along with an attack order. This meant we didn't have to make any decisions allocating units or deciding who they attack on their turn. The cards essentially play themselves. And lastly, we wanted some sort of conquest mechanic. One of our ideas for this was to have reversible cards. As you defeat an evil card, it would flip and then become yours. However, we decided to start simple and just have it so the cards granted bonuses on the evil card's death. So one of the things I didn't mention is from the time we sat down around 7-ish, we had a playtestable game around 11. That includes making the players only version and the monster version and playtesting both. This was possible because of a few tools: Google Sheets, Dexterous, and Tabletop Simulator. Google Sheets allowing us to make spreadsheets for our cards, Dexterous being able to interpolate that information into cards, and then seamlessly importing it into Tabletop Simulator. I'll probably be making a video on that at some point, but I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out if you're making your own game. And because these tools were available to us, we were able to make a fully playtestable version in 4 hours. And the crazy part about it is that it was fun. We were already seeing the game taking shape, the game felt cool, and the interactions and synergies of the cards were already coming together. We were just having a good time playing. So now that the game was functioning, let's actually explain how the game works rather than just talking in vague terms. First, the players would select a god. The gods act as a sort of passive bonus along with being your lose condition. If your god dies, you...
I kind of like the white moon. I was tempted to make it more orangey, but The only problem I have now does it look better with it off? Oh, because it was off. Never mind. Okay. I do want to put a little bit of snow up here. And like spots less traveled. Let me just go pure white. Can't really tell that it's snow, but big old multiply layer over everything, but might turn this down just a smidge. No, I like it full dark. I think stars and then it's maybe done. Oh, rim light, right? I don't know. Is the moon too bright? I think it's kind of nice. Could make it slightly yellowy. That's my only thought. Like, could be like a this kind of moon, you know? That's kind of cool. Step straight. Posture check for everyone. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. What am I doing? Yeah, I guess it's fine. I'll just have to just turn it off. This off and this off for a second. Should I do like cartoony kind of star like this, or should I do just like dots? For both. My dryer just made the weirdest noise. Sounded like someone going, ah! just a slight yell. It was weird. Not sure how I feel about it. Probably gonna explode. I think the cartoony stars are probably too much. I don't know. What do we think? Oh, let me erase some of this. So they should show up a little better. Um, it's very Halloween-y looking, but I think I'm okay with that. Uh, what layer did I? Is that not? There we go. I probably have alt menu, whatever bull crap on. Alt menu, done. Go away. It's like the worst feature of Windows. It's the alt menu, dumb, whatever. Maybe it's okay. Probably should just make them look a little better is all. Okay, we'll get rid of this for a second. We'll add some more stars in there. Make these look a little better. Make the brush a little smaller. Should work. I think it looks more Halloween-y than I was expecting, but I think I don't dislike it. Halloween-y. Okay. I think we're done. I think that's it. It's definitely not exactly as I imagined it. The coloring definitely turned out different, but I also oh wait. I forgot the edge lighting. Which will probably just be more yellowiness. Looks pretty sweet, man. Thanks, dude. Vivid light anything? Nah, it just needs to be neutral. Normal. And I guess the mountain would also need some rim lighting too. Yeah, I think it turned out kind of cool. Again, not really what I was expecting exactly in the coloring, but I think I like it. Oops. I'm gonna add a little bit more shadow here if I can. Mark. It's too. Oh, it's on the wrong layer. That's why. Maybe I just need to do it on a layer above everything. This is edge light. Beneath that, we will do a shadow pass. I'll try to do the dark blue again. Is that... kind of ground everything, you know? Oh, that doesn't have a... that. The door here doesn't have any color on the basically the Mage's Tower, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's cute. I'm still not 100% certain how I feel about the stars, the like cartoon ones. Maybe they should be a little smaller. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, I feel better about that. They're just kind of too big. These ones aren't even visible, but you know, here again, not. Okay, that I feel better about. Cool. That is the Magic Academy. Get rid of these guides. Okay, well, oops. Save that out. Let's export this. Yeah, I think I was imagining the like this pretty much as far as like the lighting of the buildings, but I think I was imagining the background being more blue rather than purple. Kind of. I think I'm happy with how it turned out, but I am curious if. I don't know how this works. You know, you can like change the. Why does this never really work? Oh, because, well, for one, it's not over the entire thing. Okay, let's reset. This needs to be, I'm curious if this is more blue. Make this wider range. I think that's kind of more how I was picturing it, but I think I like purple. That is kind of cool, though. One of the biggest things, though, is like even if we did make this teal, which is kind of cool, I think the purple stands out more as like something unique, right? Like we've got a lot of other cards that have those sort of colors, and this is very like different from a lot of the other cards. So I think it's probably good to it's a good one to just stay as is. All right, we exported it, we're good. Okay, I guess let's just import it into the game, yeah? We're gonna need this, and we're gonna need Dexterous. I always love when I look up Dexterous, it's like the first thing that pops up is Dexter, the show. First, we're gonna go to here. We're gonna go to images. Ugh. Posture is bad. Hmm. Entropy, card art. This is a structure. Throw this on in there. Upload. And then we can take that file, copy, and we can add it in here. Insert row below. This is a structure. This is this card art. This is I guess we are just calling it Magic Academy for now. Yeah. Magic Academy. Let's spell it right. Hope so. Magic Academy. Yeah. We don't really have what its ability is, but yo, looks good. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah. I think it definitely turned out slightly different than I was expecting, but I'm happy with it. Looks good with the card border on it. You know, it's one of those like journeys as you start drawing, it ends up being different than you were thinking, but I think I'm happy with how it turned out. Kind of Halloween vibes. It's appropriate, right? We're getting close, sort of. So yeah. Or like the texture on the moon. Yeah, me too. Gotta have something to do with spells, right? Yeah, for sure. That's kind of the point. This is gonna go as part of the Magic deck. We had a few ideas that we wrote down. Beads back, and for good this time. Alrighty, welcome back. We'll see how much longer we're gonna go for. At least half an hour, but maybe more. We'll see. We'll see how we'll see what we get up to. But yeah, we got to give it an effect. I mean, we had like we did have something where it's a triggered effect when a card is discarded. That is kind of cool. Like, so it would pair with Mage's Tower. So when you discard a card, you get units. I don't know if we have enough synergy for that, but it could be interesting. I'm in the metro. I don't hear you great, but still, there you go. No worries. I feel like spells no longer have side effects is kind of cool, but I feel like that would have to be behind a unit effect, so it's not like you just place the structure and you instantly get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get home in about 15 minutes. Nice. Good stuff. You choose to not draw cards, gain units. Right, we did have that as an option. That was an interesting one. Yeah, if you choose not to draw cards, you gain X units. That's what I missed. We made this. The art is finished. Now we're just trying to figure out what the ability is exactly. We have a few different ones for the Magic deck that we're thinking of, but yeah. It turned out cool. Not exactly as I was thinking, but I like it, you know? Gain units when you cast a spell. I mean, that could be cool. I'm trying to think how, you know, let's look at the deck real quick. Let's look at what cards we have. Okay, no, I can't hear you at all. No. The noise is that bad. Womp womp. Then have no negative spell effects too. Maybe that might be too powerful. with X units could be a cool combo. Could be. Might be too powerful on its own, but let's just look at what we've got here. I don't know if these are all updated, but it's not. We do have Valley, which gains units when you draw a card. Yo! Fig, good morning. So I left the freaking window open. Womp womp. Fig, we drew a magical castle. And by magical castle, it's a magic academy. So we're currently working on what ability should go with it. How you doing, Fig? How was your weekend? What about you only gain units when a spell is cast to limit it? Maybe? You can't move units to it. Maybe. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, when a spell is played, it gains units, but you can't allocate units to it. And then eventually, so you'd have to spend a certain number of spells in order for it to activate. That is interesting. Spells no longer have side effects when played. I'm trying to think that through. All right, let's just start writing it down. I mean, I think spells no longer having side effects is kind of cool. I'm wondering if just the effect in general is too powerful, but but at the same time, I think like one of the things is like when I was playing with Grot the other day, yesterday, in fact, was it yesterday? Yeah. Is that like some of the cards are very, very powerful, especially in a certain combo, but I also don't think that's necessarily a problem because, you know, when you get to a certain point, it kind of doesn't matter how like broken you become. Yeah, this is all sorts messed up because I reorganized this. Yeah, it was yesterday. I think it's okay if stuff becomes like a certain level of broken because it doesn't really matter, right? Because once you get past the initial phase, it's like whatever. Doesn't really matter how broken the game gets. Because like exponentially getting powerful is kind of the point of the game. So, God, I can't, I got crud in my throat. Bunch of crud. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably fine to have a unit effect that does that. So it'd be like a unit effect. How do we word unit effects? I don't remember anymore. The structure has 6, probably be like, I don't know, 8 to 10 units. It's got to be a lot. We'll say 8 for now. 8 units on it. Spells no longer have side effects when played. And its base effect. I'm starting to run into a lot of issues where like I kind of want it, because currently how the game works is technically anything that should be like you know, a unit effect ability or whatever isn't in the base. So like having unit gain in the base effect doesn't technically make sense if it's playing a spell, because it should be a triggered effect. So it's getting kind of weird with that. Unless I start putting like triggered effects in the base effect, which then gets kind of weird. But it is definitely limiting, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Because sometimes working within the limitations of the game is helpful, but actually I forgot you were streaming this morning until I saw the stream notification. There you go. What I think could be interesting is to have health for the old god that you have slowly chip away at. You can always attack the old god, but each enemy you can play has -1 damage attacking. You can have an old card that attacks and heals. I think that's cool. I think at this point, those mechanics are kind of in set in stone. I don't really want to go back and change any of that. Honestly, maybe I could. I feel like the core mechanics of the game I don't want to change anymore. I think all the balance of the game is going to become from making sure the cards are good. But I don't know, because we're kind of at this point like where it's like, if I keep changing base mechanics, we're never going to find like a balance to the game, unless it's like absolutely necessary to balance the game with changing the mechanics. I don't think I want to touch that anymore. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have to, but I don't know. We'll see. Because I would change a lot, because you'd have to have it. Because normally right now, if a hero attacks a card, it has to do all or nothing. And then if the god has some sort of exception to that, then there's a whole bunch of rules in there. It's a cool idea. I'm definitely not trying to discount it, but it's it feels like too big of a change. Fig, yes, Fig is here. Twit? What? You can always work on finishing the game and make expansions with different gods that have different mechanics. That's true. Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. I guess it's toot, but just spelt weirdly, but it oh right, I read that backward. T-W-E-T. Yeah, toot. It's toot, not twit. I was like, what? That's wild. Just insulting the man. I just can't read. Anyway. But yeah, I feel you, Grot. Let me think about this idea that Donimus proposed here. Gain units, but you can't have units allocated to it. I had thought of something similar to this, and I was conflicted. Okay, let's just start with this. Thomas is such a Chad, indeed. He is a small guy. Super skillful at drawing, also an intellectual. It's almost a negative effect to balance it out, the OP ability. Yeah. I like the idea of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to decide whether it feels right. You know? Yeah, so I also learned that I don't need to have like all this crazy stuff in my spreadsheet as much anymore because Dexterous has features to make it so I don't need them, but it's kind of too late at this point. I don't feel like swapping everything up because you can do like the what's it called? There's like the variables thing. Like I could go in here and add variables that change text to other text, but I'm too deep in it now to use that. Way too deep in it. My spreadsheet does all the work. You know, one day I'll maybe change it, but let's have to refactor everything, you know. But I agree with you. It makes sense. I'm just trying to decide if one, it fits with the structure of how cards work currently. Because again, that's technically a triggered effect, and you can't have a triggered effect and a unit effect on the same card. That is the biggest issue. But also, do I want it to feel like that? Because then if you make it that way, you've pretty much restricted this card only to... I'll take it, take it, thanks. There you go. The other issue is that... what's the other issue? Well, yeah, one is the unit effect, triggered effect thing, and the other is, does it like, yeah, limit it to just the magic deck, which I kind of don't want. I like abilities being, or things being able to be used in multiple instances, like different you know, I like that the cards could be used in different decks. I don't want to have it super limiting to like, okay, this can only be in this deck. Yeah, me and Anonymous are doing a collaborative stream on Wednesday. Are you gonna stream too, Anonymous? Because in theory, like, you'd want this probably to be enough enough units or enough spells in order to, like, you'd have to be able to recycle spells for this to be worth it. I could. I'm curious how that works. Yeah, it'd be cool to like do the combined chat thing. I've never tried it, but I think that could be fun. Because, yeah, I've never done that. Could be a trial run for both of us. I've acquired Yum Yum food. Stream chat. Indeed. What kind of food do you acquire? Smells good. Num, 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 num. Smell good food. We found it easier to commit to streaming if you have a set schedule. Honestly, I've never not had a schedule, so I can't really answer that, but I would say probably. Because I know it's like, okay, well, it's my day to stream, and even if I'm like feeling like tired or like, I don't want to stream, you know, I'll do it anyway. So probably, you know, the times where I'm like, oh man, I'm tired. Like, do I really like feel like sitting down and streaming? But most of the time I do like streaming. I think the time streaming isn't fun is when no one's here, you know? That's like when you're don't have like a lot of like chat engagement. It's kind of like, I'm just sitting here doing stuff, talking to a wall. It's obviously a little bit easier for me because I'm like, you know, doing something most of the time. But if you were like, just like, it's not like you could do like just chatting streams and like, and not have anyone here, you know? Bagel, nice. Sounds delicious. Heck yeah. Kind of makes me want to go. There's a place nearby that does steam bagels. They put it in a, I don't know, it's like ham and other yummy stuff. Little bagel sandwich. That sounds good. It would be cool to have another effect on here, but I'm not entirely sure what that would be. And they should, in theory, be getting units from Valley. I do like the idea of like a thing, like a discard card strategy. But we don't have enough things that discard cards, so I don't think that really works. Because unless you just want a card to specifically synergize with Mage's Tower. You know, but I think having one that just disables spells is kind of cool. It's not particularly great in other people's decks, but it is usable if you like find something that you want to do it for. So I think this is okay. It potentially could have something as a base effect. What else can we do with card draw? Because we could have it like, you know, draw an additional card. I don't think that's that fun. Don't want to play an additional card that's already farm and it already is like super powerful effect. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we could play around with. Let's see if this is actually loaded into the thing yet. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's hot. I want to go on a river ride there. Do it, you won't. No, is that canyon or river? It's a canyon. Looks so cool. You could like shuffle your hand into your deck and draw the same amount of card types thing. That could be interesting. I was also thinking like it kind of reminded me of something. It's like fog in the whatever is what it's supposed to be. Oh, heck, never mind. Yeah, you might die. Han. Okay, that gave me a thought. It gave me a thought about like you could play around with like discard pile, because like the God of Magic is you can take a card and you can put it from your discard pile into your deck. The weird thing with like this card here, right? When you draw a card, you gain 1 unit, but eventually you'll run out of units, and so it doesn't act, or like run out of cards with the current deck building situation. And I was wondering if there was a way to like make that more interesting. I think you could have one that like, I mean, you have Graveyard, right? Where you can pull cards from your discard pile into your you can pull cards from your discard pile into your sorry, let me rephrase. You can take stuff from your discard pile and put into your deck, right? You can take spells, but it might be interesting to like the way to maybe change this is like you gain 1 unit for each card draw you have, rather than saying when you draw a card, right? Song check. Into the fight pit. Maybe Valet is like a limitation as long as you don't have a structure on it. Maybe. I don't think the problem is just when you run out of cards, you run out of unit generation, right? So it's good. Yeah, it's a good early game thing, bad late game, which is kind of how the Mage's deck seems like it would work. With the well, actually, it's kind of interesting because the Mage's deck would be, you would have a lot of unit generation and or you'd have more unit generation and more card draw early game, but by the time it gets to end game, you don't have any card draw anymore, but you're basically guaranteed to draw a spell because you've run out of your deck, and then you can only really be placing spells back into your draw pile, and so you're just drawing those spells. So you basically are guaranteed to get the spells rather than them being kind of in your whatever. So I guess it kind of works out in a weird way. I also think maybe this unit effect is strong enough on its own, but if it isn't, maybe we do just give it, like, it's a strong effect, but like most other decks aren't going to use this, right? You're still here. Hey, yo. Yeah, I'm here for a bit at least. Technically 5 minutes on the schedule, but maybe we'll do a little bit longer. I don't know. It's kind of fire. Yeah, it's a good song. Till 5 p.m. EST. Toot wants me to stream for another 4.5 hours. It's good to have a few more specific cards. Yeah, I don't mind specific cards, but I do like that they work with other stuff, right? Like you could use this in another deck, but I don't want it to be limited to a specific deck, if that makes sense, right? For me, it's okay. It's almost, well, what it's, God, I hate, for some reason, 24-hour time doesn't work in my brain. I wish it did, but the factor of 12 is not helpful. Not to my dyslexic brain. Okay, but it's late. It's late for you. It's 3 hours to midnight. You could do a search effect on this one. Again, that I keep crashing into the it has to be a passive effect if I make it a base effect. That's the current limitation of the game. Play until 17 o'clock. There you go. Yeah, 7:30. That's what I thought it was, but my brain was just not handling it well for some reason. Okay. Yes, you got it. You're gonna make me remember the names of these songs because I really, for some reason, don't remember them. But I don't remember a lot of them because like I learned like trying to memorize them all at the same time is difficult. But now that you're saying them, you're making me remember them all the time or look them up all the time. I'm gonna remember them now. I think this is okay for now. It's a pretty powerful effect. I don't think it needs a base effect, so I think we'll kind of just wait on it. And if it ends up being too weak, we'll give it something else. I think that's probably a fair thing to do. What do y'all think? I think that'll work. And we can add some of those again. Some of those other effects could be good in another deck, like a spell search we could do or something like that. Because we already do have like a land search one, right? We also could like make some of these like a base effect that is a search. Like once a turn, you can search through your deck and take a spell, right? Like that could be a base effect. However, that's really powerful, right? Because once a turn isn't a literally my whole game. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. So, but that could be a base effect. Whereas if it's when this happens, you get to do this, it has to be a triggered effect. Just searching your deck. Yeah, I try not to have too much deck searching, but does effect work with ally spells? No. The written effect. No. It shouldn't. You're right. It should probably be worded differently though. It should say your spell effects. That definitely should be reworded. It should probably be like spells you play no longer have side effects. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Or that's bad wording. Spells no longer have your spells, I guess. Your spells no longer have side effects when played. Or could be both. Another team card. Yeah, but you can always make this work with bridge, you know? That's kind of the thing. Obviously, like, it's too powerful also to be a team effect, I feel like. But maybe not. Maybe it could work. I don't know. I think we'll start without and then... feel like it should work on... Is bridge in every deck? No, it is not. Bridge isn't good in every deck, though. It's only good with unit effects. It is like quintessentially like good with, you know, it is like one of those like super cooperative feeling cards, which makes it feel like it should be in more decks. But not necessarily. I think we just need to keep making more yeah, I mean maybe it should be a team effect, but I don't know. I think I'm okay with this for now. These don't have to be like super solidified either. We're in an ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll keep discussing this sort of stuff. I will be back in just a few minutes.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your head,
we're like 6
would
minutes
you
into this
mind
video, I
like
think.
telling us what your favorite and least
6?
favorite
9
part
minutes?
of
By their
6 minutes?
final names,
Whatever.
which were the old gods instead of demons. Secondly, rather than having units, monsters would have a set power level, along with an attack order. This meant we didn't have to make any decisions allocating units or deciding who they attack on their turn. The cards essentially play themselves. And lastly, we wanted some sort of conquest mechanic. One of our ideas for this was to have reversible cards. As you defeat an evil card, it would flip and then become yours. However, we decided to start simple and just have it so the cards granted bonuses on the evil card's death. So one of the things I didn't mention is from the time we sat down around 7ish, we had a playtestable game around 11. That includes making the players only version and the monster version and playtesting both. This was possible because of a few tools: Google Sheets, Dexterous, and Tabletop Simulator. Google Sheets allowing us to make spreadsheets for our cards, Dexterous being able to interpolate that information into cards, and then seamlessly importing it into Tabletop Simulator. I'll probably be making a video on that at some point, but I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out if you're making your own game. And because these tools were available to us, we were able to make a fully playtestable version in 4 hours. And the crazy part about it is that it was fun. We were already seeing the game taking shape, the game felt cool, and the interactions and synergies of the cards were already coming together. We were just having a good time playing. So now that the game was functioning, let's actually explain how the game works rather than just talking in vague terms. First, the players would select a god. The gods act as a sort of passive bonus along with being your lose condition. If your god dies, you lose the game. You also choose your opponent's old god to serve as the difficulty of the game. Then players would draw cards from their deck, and that's basically the extent of setup. Then on a player's turn, they will draw a card and play cards into their play space. This includes heroes, structures, lands, and spells. After cards are played, then you enter the unit phase. Here, any cards that gain units do so and are placed onto the cards. From there, you're allowed to move the units from card to card, granting them more power. Effectively, these units grant you more health, and if the card can attack, it grants them more attack power. After this, you're allowed to attack, and then your turn will be passed to the next player. But before we talk about attacking, let's talk about the enemy. The old god determines how many cards it draws per turn. As it draws cards, they are placed in order and then resolved. Monsters with an attack order attack, and then all other cards do the effect that is set on the card. So with all that said, let's go back to attacking. When a player attacks a monster, they must have a sufficient number of units to destroy them. When they do so, they will lose the number of units equal to the card's power level. On the other hand, if a monster attacks, the player's card will lose that number of units, but the monster will not take any damage. And lastly, if a player manages to destroy all the other Old God cards from their deck, then they can attack the Old God directly and win the game. Now that you get the point of the game, let's change it completely. Okay, not really, but hang tight as I explain. So, as I mentioned before, we wanted to do some sort of conquest mechanic, allowing players to take monster cards and use them as their own, and vice versa. Kind of like one of those games where you send spaceships to other planets and take them over, or whatever. I don't know what they're called, but there's like 1,000 mobile games like them, so I'll probably show some on screen right now, I guess. Either way, the first playtest went so well that we had some concerns about changing everything, but we thought it was worth testing. So I decided to try and throw something together real quick with two-sided cards. Players' cards on one side and evil cards on the other. And let's just say there were some really weird unintended side effects with this.
I'm back.
First off, it's pretty obvious.
I don't think so. I thought about that. I don't necessarily think bridge should be in every deck, but I do think there should be cooperative cards in every deck. Like, bridge makes a lot of sense in. Some of these are all messed up, but in the God of Devotion deck, right? But like Library is like a very cooperative card, and it fits really well into the Magic deck, which we can't read it. It allows you to trade your cards to your ally. This is one of those like sort of quintessential cards, right? Like I can just take cards from my deck and put it into the other person's hand, which I think is definitely really, really powerful. But it is kind of one of the ones like Bridge where it's like super cooperative. So yeah, I think there probably should be one of those in every deck. To sort of encourage that. Although, again, these are the base decks, and any of these should be able to be, you know, swapped out for other cards in the long run, you know? So, I don't know. Here we are. What'd I miss? Not much. I was just explaining why bridge shouldn't be in every deck, but oh, I just got back. TLDR, there's other cooperative cards that I think work better for different decks. That said, we should try to make sure that we have co-op cards in every deck if we can. You know, it depends on what they are, but I think a lot of the cooperation happens during the game and like your choices you make and all that kind of stuff. Granted, you know, sharing stuff between your sides and that kind of thing I think is really fun, but I don't think it needs to be every card. Okay, with all that said, I guess I'll be on for a little bit longer. I will need to eat is the problem. Otherwise, I'm happy doing more streaming, but I do need food. I mean, maybe I could like make a PB&J real quick, but I don't really have a ton of food in the house right now. At least nothing that I can like quickly eat. We should all have a collective lunch together. I mean, I could just eat and we could watch something or something, but yourself a bagel. I would. From Maria made lasagna. But off topic, I started reading the rules on Helldivers board game. Seems pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah, I know they had like a new update, right? For their actual game. Dude, I'm at the front door. No one's letting me in. That's funny. Yeah, I would love lasagna. That sounds delicious. You guys ever have stuffed shells? Because those are real good. You know what I mean? Garage code is 6969. Hell yeah. Okay, you guys stuff what? Stuffed shells. They're like, there's probably like a better name for it. It's like a pasta, like they're basically like I guess it's just called stuffed shells. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a dumpling, isn't it? Imagine like, here, I'll just show you. They're like, it's like a little pasta pocket, and it's got ricotta cheese in it, and then you have sauce on it. All right, I hate how it does this. I hate how it's off to the side. They're good, is all I'm trying to say. It's, yeah, not that kind of shell. It's like so not seafood. No. It's like a yeah, like imagine spaghetti. Yeah, it's pasta shaped in a little shell that you stuff with cheese and sauce. There you go. Thank you, Fig. I couldn't articulate. They're good. It's just like lasagna in a different format. That was stuffed clams or something. Yeah, no. I can see that though. Okay. Here's the deal. We can keep working. I will have to find food. We're going into overtime. I do need to find food. I do have an idea for another card that we could draw. I mean, we're pretty close to finishing the mages deck. We've got, I mean, they could literally just have any other land if we really wanted to. We have enough buildings. We need, this should be, why is this here? What is this? Why is this here? Oh, because everything gets offset. Did we? Oh, I probably had this. Yeah. Maximum overdrive. Sorry, SpongeBob vocal stim. Honestly, I've had too many people in my life that have that, so I'm so used to it. SpongeBob vocal stims are about 5 times a day. Beats going foraging for food or what? Why do you keep saying find? Because I don't, like, I have food, but I don't have anything made. And I don't really have, like, I don't have time to make it. Like, we could just sit on stream for, like, however many minutes, but I'd have to, like, you know, make something. So I'd have to find something easier. I have to search through what I have, make a sandwich. That's kind of where I'm at. I just don't know. I have ham, but no cheese. But I do have a peanut butter and whatever. Bread with butter. Yeah, there you go. That's why we get along, Fig. There you go. Also, I think that's probably just like an American way to say things. Like, I gotta go find food. Or maybe just maybe not even American, maybe just like a regional thing. Okay without cheese. Yeah, I guess. Okay, y'all's vote. I think the vote is probably for me to stay, but I can stay for probably a little bit longer, but I do need to eat food first. So either I stay and you just give me an extra little bit of a break to find some food, or we end. Those are the two options. And then we'll probably draw a card. I have no problem with watching you eat, but don't stay if it's gonna make your life difficult. It's not really. I just need to make like a PB&J and maybe grab some chips or something. I will say probably what we will do is we probably will. I have a. It's gonna make me do push-ups before I eat. Okay, I'll make your life difficult then. You're a jerk. I think it would be cool to have it so when you draw a card, you're forced to make an attack. I think that's a really cool card idea. Like a reckless mage kind of thing where they're like they constantly, which we do have the reckless Spellblade. Maybe we need to rename that. I think the Spellblade needs a new initial title, and we have something like a overdrive mage where they're just like forced to attack every time you draw a card, and then that way like they're probably gonna die when you play them, but maybe not, you know. We can chat while you make a sandwich or something. Yeah, we also can like, yeah, I can eat and then we can just like watch a video or something if we want to too. Okay, I know a lot of other streamers do that. So, okay, let's do, what am I on? Am I on sit-ups? I think I'm on sit-ups again. Why does this cord seem like it gets longer and shorter, like every time I, whatever, here we go. Sit-up time. Do you see? Oh, wait. We had to, hold on, wait. Real quick. Hold on. Hold. It's gonna be too late by the time I. Let's do this. Hold on. Beast becomes Luna. Yeah. Hold on, wait. No. She is right on the couch there. You can't see how she's sitting. Let me, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. For some reason, my other camera thing isn't working, but I can take a picture. Look at her. He's so freaking cute. Anyway. Oh man, little upside down kitten. She's so freaking cute. Can't handle it. Anyway, there you go. You get to look at that while I do push-ups. Everyone's gonna be like, what is it? Someone comes into the stream, is like, what am I watching? This guy's doing sit-ups. There's a picture of a cat. There's like a weird card art at the bottom. Frame. We did it. I need a foot anchor. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. I thought somehow you redeemed it again. I'm like, there's no way. Holy entertainment. Ooh, what did I just click on? Oh. Ah. Okay. I feeling a little hot, pal. I wouldn't complain if you took it off. There. Looks a little uncomfy. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich. And then I will be back and we'll hang out for a bit and make another card. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I guess in the meantime, continue to watch
If you don't
this.
mind, just off the top of your heads, would you?
Oh,
mind,
we're like
telling
9
us
minutes
what your
in
favorite
now.
Attack the old god directly and win the game. Now that you get the point of the game,
Probably actually
let's
able to.
change
Well,
it.
most of you guys are subscribed, so.
Okay, not really, but hang
Whatever.
tight as I explain. So, as I mentioned before, we wanted to do some sort of conquest mechanic, allowing players to take monster cards and use them as their own, and vice versa. Kind of like one of those games where you send spaceships to other planets and take them over, or whatever. I don't know what they're called, but there's like 1,000 mobile games like them, so I'll probably show some on screen right now, I guess. Either way, the first playtest went so well that we had some concerns about changing everything, but we thought it was worth testing. So I decided to try and throw something together real quick with two-sided cards. Players' cards on one side and evil cards on the other. And let's just say there were some really weird unintended side effects with this. First off, it's pretty obvious now, but not something I thought of until I loaded the cards into Tabletop Simulator. And that is, you'll know exactly what card you're going to be drawing next. Each card has two sides, so as long as you have the knowledge of what's on both sides of the cards, you'll know what's coming. I tried not to knock this until I tried it. I mean, Tetris tells you what's coming next, and that's fine, right? This is the same thing. Second, it meant you couldn't have different balancing for monsters and players. Our goal with players was to have everything generally balanced around each other. No card was more powerful than the other, just different. Now, the monsters, on the other hand, were a variety of cards, some weak and some strong. So we ended up switching the monsters to be more balanced around each other for this version. Despite these potential problems, we decided to play it. And honestly, very quickly, we could tell it didn't feel great. Well, I think maybe we could get this to work. We didn't really think the novelty of reversible cards was really worth it, especially because the game felt more fun before. And on top of that, getting the game to work would take much more time and balancing. The game just snowballed way too fast, having one player or the old god getting extremely far ahead. On top of that, seeing the card you were getting next was as bad as it sounded. It would prolong the disappointment you get from not getting the card you wanted. What I mean by that is whenever you draw a card, you're obviously hoping for a good one or one you need. Unfortunately, knowing what you were getting next, if it was a card you didn't want, it ended up feeling like you had to wait longer for the card you were looking for. And even if it was the card you wanted, it felt pretty bad that you couldn't play it. So in the end, we ended up abandoning this concept completely and reverted everything back to the way it was. I just did a hand gesture like going back, but it's not like you could tell. Anyway, so now that we're back at the old version and we're having fun again, we played a few more sessions. At this point, we found ourselves mostly balancing the game, changing the different strengths of cards, going back and forth until it felt better. We're also working on clarity of the game's rules a bit. One of the biggest changes, however, was adding power level to player cards. We have been using the term damage on a few cards. This was a confusing term as having units on cards was currently the only way to add more quote-unquote damage. The thing is, units are also health. This is a problem because it was not clear when damage would be applied, but let me explain quick. Take the Barbarian, for example. They would deal 2 extra damage when attacking. Let's say they were fighting a Nethermuck here with a challenge rating of 4. At the time, a card itself was technically worth 1 unit. So let's add 2 damage to that, which gives you to a total of 3. You could add a unit to that to give you 4, but if the Barbarian decided to attack, they would die in the process. You could add an additional unit to the Barbarian, which would allow them to live through this encounter, but this effectively meant they would only have +1 damage, which most of the time is hardly a bonus at all, and you were more likely to pick a card with a better bonus. In short, dealing 2 extra damage was only really useful if you were willing to kill your hero in the process. To counteract this and make it less confusing, we gave power level to cards. This effectively gave them a static unit rating that worked as a permanent unit on the card. We realized later that this didn't actually fix the problem at all, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. At this point, the weekend was over and Kyle got pretty busy with work. So in the meantime, I decided to try to do what I could myself. Luckily, this was a co-op game, which actually meant I could play it by myself. Yeah, kind of sad, but actually ended up being pretty helpful. Again, a lot of this ended up being balancing and tweaking, but one of the major decisions I made from this playtesting was that maybe the best thing for the game was adding weaker monsters and reducing the number of stronger ones. This was because even though that units seemed to be the only resource players had, there was actually another one: action economy. On a given turn, a player could only play 1 of each type of cards, with the exception of spells, along with heroes only being able to attack once per turn. Having enemies with more powerful attacks made combat more about trading card for card, and not about losing units, which kind of felt against the point of the game. Adding smaller enemies meant players would generally be losing units off of cards, but still using an entire action to deal with smaller enemies. Next day, I implemented these changes and found that it was feeling better already. Both sides were allowed to ramp up, making the game feel an appropriate level of challenging, along with allowing a player to actually build up cool synergies. Being basically halfway through the jam, we decided it was about time to come up with a theme for the game. For the players, we were only really using random fictional hero names, and for the evil deck, really just generic monsters. So there were 3 options that I suggested. 1, leave it as is, meaning random monsters. This was my least favorite of the options, but probably the easiest. Most of the creatures we were using were iconic: goblins, slimes, dragons, which makes them easier to draw because they already have an iconography. Option 2 was demons. Make the cards imps, demon lords, fiends, etc. This felt more cohesive and clear-cut. And option 3 was chaos and entropy creatures. At this point, I wasn't really exactly sure what this would look like. I was kind of thinking of eldritch creatures, although honestly, I don't really know anything about eldritch lore. So I ended up kind of imagining League of Legends or Risk of Rain 2's void creatures. We thought this would probably be the most unique, but also the most challenging, as there really wasn't anything to base it on. And because I wanted to make my life harder, apparently, we ended up going with option 3 because we felt really it was the most interesting option. At this point, I started on the card art, mostly the text box, indicators, and headers. Then Kyle reached out to me with an idea to make cards more unique by giving them specific names, like how Magic cards have unique names for each card. While this was a cool idea, I had concerns for 2 reasons. One was we had multiple copies of each card in a deck. This felt weird because I didn't think it would make sense if you had 2 of the same character in each deck. Which of course the solution to this was to make unique versions of each card with minor differences, but at this point something had occurred to me. I had under a week to make 80 different card arts, and I wasn't about to double that number. So Kyle came up with a good compromise by adding lore elements to the cards, like what regions the structures or heroes were from. This was a great compromise as we could keep the game as is and only make 1 art per card. At this point, we figured the game should have a name. We went back and forth a bit, but ended up deciding on Armies Against Entropy. It had some good alliteration to it and explained exactly what the game was about. So you'll notice I've been showing cards that look mostly like this throughout the video, but actually at this point, the game looked more like this, which really meant I needed to buckle down and actually get the card art done. And so the next 4 days of my life consisted of just that. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, I probably could have gotten Luna here. Although now she wants to eat my food. No. No eating food. You see her tail. No, fluffy one. No, move. Move, 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 move. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for moving. Okay. I'm gonna sit here and eat. I've got a PB&J, some dried mangoes, and some crackers. They're extremely crunchy, so get ready for that. Yo, Grot's on Twitch now too. Heck yeah. What should we do while I eat? Yeah, it's lunch. What will you do from both on Twitch and YouTube? You have the power. Yeah, I figured I'd eat because y'all were asking me to be on here longer. But I need food, so get out of my food. 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 You're not allowed to be in my food. No. My food. Go get your own food. Yeah. Flop. Yeah, what do you think? Do we do react content? Fluffy kitty. She's so fluffy. Otherwise, y'all got to pick the topic. You know what I mean? Let's see if there's any YouTube videos that are like... We could watch one of my own videos, but that feels... You know... His beats are now a reaction content creator. You know me. Who says we don't want to watch you eat? I mean, you could do both, you know? Why not both? We could watch part of the Mythic Guardians guy YouTube channel. You guys know him? He's got a new video. 30 minutes long though. We won't watch the whole thing. I do not know him. We'll watch part of his video. It feels weird. I don't know if I like the idea of doing reaction content, but we're gonna try it. I'll have to do it when I eventually do a subathon. You know what I'm talking about? Oh god, it's so loud. Feels weird. Hold on. Hold. Desktop audio on. Okay, it's still loud.
Back to episode 10 of the TCG series. I actually made it to episode 10. When I started the series,
So loud.
I was like, even
It's
though
probably
I watched
this.
it, I will keep going and just like do it for my own personal like look back one day, even though I hate watching myself. But then people started watching and commenting, and I was so
Sound
grateful
doubled.
and like seeing actual
Is
feedback
it?
from game you're making. It makes so much difference. Like you
Oh,
can
it's
do
just 'cause it
friends
was
and
so
family
loud
stuff,
it's
but,
picking
like,
up on
when
my
actual
mic.
random people who you've never met before are like showing interest in your game and like giving you actually good feedback.
This guy's
it
cool,
makes
though.
the process so much more fun and better. So I got a very special episode for you today. It's like an update video, but also there's
is
a lot
better.
of new stuff in here, and I'm really excited to show you something I'm working on for like last 3 or 4 days now.
That thing's going crazy. There we go. Oh, this guy, I know him. Yeah. He's got cool stuff, right? Just open a Discord server.
Okay, what you've just seen, and I'm so proud of it, is one of the new cards for the game, and it's called a Mythic Guardian. I know the end bit was a bit confusing. The Mythic Guardian at the end wasn't the new logo or anything, it's just the type of card it is. And so you got the Guardians, the Grand Guardians, and you got the Mythic Guardians. And this was something I've been thinking
Charmer
about for
chat's
ages,
kinda
and
in
I
the
was
way.
like, I
Might
want
be
my
better to
game
do, like-
be in my game somehow. And like, where's the Mythic come from? Because
I don't know,
that means
maybe a
obviously
little
it's
better.
magical, whatever you want to say. But I also want to put it in my game. And I'll have these like super rare cards that I don't know how many I'm going to print. I don't know how many are going to be out in the world. I don't know if they're going to be holographic or whatever it's going to be. But I want some really rare cards that look really cool. And obviously there's major inspiration from like Pokemon TCG with EX cards. But sometimes when something works, don't fix it. Like obviously it's different, the different overlays, and there's not so much going on. But it's something I'm so proud of, and I've been working on it for like, I think like, I've been working on it since the start of the week, and it's now Friday we're recording this. And I finally got to the point where I was like, right, I want to make a trailer for it. I want to show you guys what I've been doing. So I'm so excited. But yeah, let me know what you guys think of that. And let me describe a little bit how it's going to be released. And what
There's
I'm
not
gonna
a
do with
whole
this
lot
card.
of, like,
So this isn't set in stone. So if you
TCG
guys have
people
feedback on how I should release this card, please
out
tell me.
there.
But there's two
So,
versions of this card. You've got
not
this
totally
version, which you saw
surprising
in
you
the
know him,
trailer,
you know?
and you've got another version which is really cool. It's like
stuff's popping
what's
off,
it,
though.
grayscale, but there is color to it, so it's more of like a hue deprivated kind of version, and it's really cool. I really like it. It's something that I want for my personal collection, which I will hopefully get one myself, because that would be nice, have my own cards in my own collection. And this particular card, I want to make them holographic. Now, I plan to release this game through the Game Crafter. I'm not sure if I said that or stated it properly in a video, but as of right now, because it's so easy to start doing, and it really means I don't have to print on demand, I want to start doing this for the Game Crafter. That means all the products I ship to you guys will be straight from the Game Crafter's website, and it will come from the US, which is the only downside because, you know, half my audience in my YouTube statistics are from the UK. So it's a little bit annoying. I mean, a lot of you are from America, which is great, but a lot of you from the UK, which makes it quite expensive. Like, and for the Game Crafter, so how it works is if I want to release a booster pack of, you know, of cards, of any cards I want, I have to first buy that booster pack, which means even the booster pack's like £6-7. I have to add on like £12 post and packaging. So it's a little bit annoying. I really want to find a way around that, and maybe I can find some sort of like loophole in it. Maybe I order them all to, I don't know. But as of right now, I want to go through the Game Crafter. Now, I've never used a Game Crafter, but I do know from seeing other TCG websites and stuff and other TCG channels that the Game Crafter doesn't really do a variation of like holographic cards, and I really want this card I showed you to be holographic. So what I might have to do is order like 20 of them in holographic,
pause,
like a
I'm not
booster
talking
pack
over
to me,
everything.
and then I can
I should draw. Wait, I should draw or do. I'd like to work more on So Unfortunate, but I don't know what to do. I was trying to think. Wasn't there something? I mean, you could always do like backgrounds and stuff, right? Like you could make your table look more more themed, like the background or the tabletop itself could be cool. I can make a snow theme something or other.
out to people when
Maybe
I
that could
decide
be
what
cool.
to do with them, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I want them to actually be on the Game Crafter. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to make this most cost-effective thing I can do. Like, I don't care if I don't make a profit from this, as long as my card game gets to people. So I'm going to try and find a way to make it the cheapest possible, the best quality, the best products. And let's talk about the products I'm going to sell on the Game Crafter. I haven't talked about any of that yet. So let's talk about this, because they're not ready to go at all. I promise you, there's no packaging done or anything. But I want to talk about what I want to release when the time comes.
Popeye's ad. For some reason, it's in Spanish. I don't have
So,
YouTube
when the
Premium.
time
I'm
comes to
sorry.
release, what I really want to have on day one,
I'm poor.
ready to go, is 2 starter decks. So you've got Tidal Hurricane and you've got the Infernal Calamity decks. That'll be the most important thing. If nothing else, I want those on day one. I also want a booster pack for this set, and that will just be a standard booster pack that will have all the cards that I want to put in there. So it won't be like different versions. It will just be you buy this one booster pack and you can get any of the cards I've made that I'm allowing in the booster packs. I also do want a booster box, but again, like I said to you, in order to get these products out to you guys, I have to first buy them, and the budget for this game is like, not only has it gone over budget, but it also, I didn't really have a big budget in the first place, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I do want to have a booster box, which I think is like 36 packs or something, or 18, I'm not too sure what it is, but I want to have a booster box for my card game, not only for me to open on the channel, which would be really, really fun, but if you guys just want to like guarantee yourself like a lot of the cards, it'd be fun.
I don't know
for
if
you
we
to
have
a
Popeyes here. We have
cheaper
too
way
much
to get
fast
that.
food
And
here.
last thing I want to do is I want to sell playmat, but I don't think GameCrafter does playmats as far as I'm aware, from what I've researched, so it might be like a third-party source, but again, I'm going to try and work that out. I do want to make a website at some point for this card game where like if you went to buy the starter deck, you
Remind
would
me
click
after
the
this to
starter deck,
check how
it would
many
take you to the
cards
GameCrafter
exist
page,
in
and with a
armies.
playmat, I might be able to
I
sell
kind
it.
of keep
I'm not
forgetting
too
and I
sure.
want to
Again,
check
I'm
because I
working
don't
it out,
remember
but
at
I'm
this
telling you
point.
right now what I want to sell is 2 starter decks, booster pack, booster box, a playmat, and obviously these all come with rule books and stuff. So as of right now, that's the plan. I might add to it, I might take stuff away, but that's the bare minimum I think I should release on day one. So, speaking about cost and over budgeting, all this stuff I didn't really think about when I started making the game. I was like, oh, all it will cost me at the end is just like when I buy the cards. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. Obviously, it's a massive passion project, but stuff does add up in cost. So, what I want to do, and this is completely optional, is start a Patreon. Now, I've got to be so careful about this because I don't want to come across as like, give me money for my game. I want to give you guys back something that I can't give on YouTube. So, I'm going to play this video and you can watch it and I'll be back in a second. Hello and welcome to Mythic Guardians Patreon. When you'll join the Patreon, you see
there's
there are 3
Patreon
tiers,
now.
and I'm going to list out what you get in every single tier, and you can choose when you want to
Honestly, I
join,
think I
or
need
you
to
can join
almost
for
like
free to support the community. So in tier 1,
his
which is
videos
Mythic
are so
Guardians,
consistent.
you'll only get
They
early access
probably
to all
already
YouTube
has
videos,
some like a
but you also get
decent
your name in the end of every single video
small
in the
bit of a
credits. Now,
following.
in tier
Like
2,
he already
which is
got
Grand
700
Guardians, you get
subscribers in
everything
like
previous tier, plus you'll get
a
scrap
month or
content,
two.
speed artworks, priority feedback on the game,
because he's
and
like
artworks that
incredibly
never released and
consistent
might
with
never
the
release in public unless you get them in a booster pack.
the videos.
So that's very exciting. Now in tier 3, which is Mythic Guardians, which is the most expensive tier, I wanted to make it worth the
All right.
price. So what
We'll watch the rest of this later. All I have left is chips, so or crackers rather. We're done with that. We'll put back on the music. Give me like a few seconds to put my plate away here. We're back. Okay. Oh, it's for the best. I thought you said it's the best too when I read that the first time. You know what? I've decided that what I want to do. Time to make some music. Ooh. Heck yeah, done. Just got a photo from the internet with some frost effects. There you go. That works. I don't know, just an idea there. Sorry if this is like super crunchy. These crackers are called Crunch Master after all. Which is a wild name for a cracker. Crunch Master. I also meant to ask, what's y'all's favorite jelly flavor? Because I'm a raspberry fan, but I had strawberry. So I also had some jelly that was like 3 years past the expiration date. So I decided to toss that one. It may have been okay because it wasn't like open, but I feel like at a certain point you got to be like, nah, you know. All right, I think we're gonna do another magic themed card, so we can get the mage deck done. Lemon or orange? Interesting. That's not a very common. Well, I guess orange is somewhat common here. The lemon definitely isn't. I could see that being good though. All right, yeah. What do you think when you think of like some sort of mage that is overpowered, like not like overpowered, but like overloading, right? Like I think that would be like a good like effect. I guess we could do like a pyromancer kind of thing, and they're kind of think of beats. There you go. I think it'd be cool to, yeah, maybe they'll do like a pyromancer kind of thing where they're kind of just like exploding with fire, right? That could be kind of a cool thing. But I think we want to do another hero. I don't know exactly what that would look like. Like I almost just like see them like just being a silhouette and it's just on fire. You know what I mean? Like sort of just like a crazed pyromancer kind of deal. Like most of the card is just fire. I think this is a magic card. This isn't exactly what I mean, but you know, something like where it's just, you know, like that. Oh, that's not quite what I was. I don't know. I guess we'll see, but what do we think? Peak entertainment. God, I'm looking at the stream chat now. Ooh. Ebo, I like the lighting. That's cool. Ebo did that. Looks pretty rad. No, I think it looks good. I think it's okay if it's messy. Like, obviously you can, you know, you can tell your own mistakes, but I don't think it looks bad. Yeah, it looks good, dude. I like it. I'm like the isometric style. Yeah, me too. He does good with it. All right, something stuck in my teeth. You certainly know what country I'm in because when you look at DS lobbies, you see what country is hosted from. Interesting. I never paid attention, but I could. I could if I paid attention. But also that's like between, like that's not something I'm going to search for, you know. If you don't want people to know it, then I'm not going to search for it, you know. What am I doing, y'all? Drawing. We're gonna draw a hero, even though, well, let's look at our cards. Well, okay, wait. You guys, first of all, didn't remind me to look at number of cards I had. How dare you? There are 17 beta cards. No, I'm not talking about copies, I'm just talking unique cards. So 17 beta cards plus 51 player cards. We're at 17 plus 51 plus what? $46. We're at 114 cards. We don't really mind knowing, or Tebow or someone else. It's just I don't want it to be on YouTube or Discord where it stays forever and anyone can access it. Yeah, I feel that. I'm kind of like that. I kind of like don't mind if it's anywhere, but I also like I'm not gonna just promote it, right? I'm not gonna be like throwing it out there because people could easily figure it out. I think I'm just not gonna be like, hey, I live exactly here. Woo! Obviously, like your exact address is like crazy. But like, you know what country I'm in, kind of know what sort of area I'm in, but I haven't really said what state specifically. But yeah, I feel like country is nice and or like not too specific, right? Like I think country is okay. I think even like here the state wouldn't be bad. I just, you know, I don't need to say it. You guys don't necessarily need to know, right? Like if I ever go to like events or anything like that, like then I'll say what state I'm gonna be in, you know? It's like, oh, I'm going to like TwitchCon in California. Not that like I think anyone would be like, yeah, let's do a meetup, you know? We're not there yet. But you know, I don't need to say where I live. You know, we all know you live in Antarctica. How do you know? Or I said Maltese live in the capital. Right, there you go. Yeah, that's true. I don't mind it much, but it's probably somewhere, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, I just try not to advertise it. No one needs to really know. Okay. Yeah, technically we need one more land and 2 more heroes for the Magic deck. We probably could just pick any of the heroes we already have, or pick yeah, these got all sorts of unsorted. Kind of annoying. It almost feels like making another hero is a bad choice, but I feel like lands are kind of more limited in a certain sense. This little land too. This is. We definitely have more heroes than anything else, but I think it's okay. I'm gonna have to redo this whole thing soon. It's all sorts of messed up. Oh well. That's what happens when you mess with the card order. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. Yeah, it's not even correct. Anyway. Actually I got some tangles here. What the heck? Okay. Mage's Ball. Yeah, the biggest thing we're lacking on is lands right now, but it's okay. We'll keep keeping on. I want to playtest Snowbound Fortress this weekend. I might be able to. Maybe. I probably Sundays most likely, but depending on our playtest know what to do. Yeah, I get that. It's always good to get playtests in for sure. Okay. Am I drawing? Is everyone cool with drawing? Is that what we're doing? You guys wanted me to be here. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. You want it. I'm looking at you, Toot and Fig. Also Grot. But Grot kind of got here at the end anyway, you know? You want Luna. Hello? There we go. What do I want? That's between you and me. I was gonna say you and your god, but it's kind of just between us. I don't know if that's focused, but it's not focusing. I want a guy in the center of a huge spinning fire spell. Okay. Do we want a guy? Do we want a... What body type are we doing? Is body type A, B, C, D, E, F for some reason doesn't have legs. Girl could be cool too. Chaw? What does that mean? Hornet? Oh, yeah. It is very, what do we make last? I guess we did... What's our, well, we got 2 ladies and 2 dudes, and then a robot. Not where we're at. I feel like the thing we could do cool with, well, I guess it could just be a guy with long hair, but I was thinking we could have like the classic like hair going like Super Saiyan kind of thing. We had a lady. It'd be kind of cool. I don't know. Kind of cool with whatever. Just do this one. The real hourglass figure. It can kind of be anything. A lot of people don't even like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. Let's just save this out. File, export. My brain isn't at full capacity anymore, but you know. This is what you get. This is late working beats. Probably what I'll do is I'll get this character done and then I'll be done. Like, I probably won't get the full card done, but we'll see. It might be kind of difficult because we're like, you know what, let's do this first. Let's go to, first let's save this. Art. No, it's gonna be under pawns. Pawns. Armies against entropy. No, it's not our fantasy. There we go. And this will be, I guess we'll call him a pyromancer. I think that's cool. It also is like a more specific mage type, which I think helps with the, like making cards not seem too similar. My biggest thing is like I almost feel like the character, well, I guess I don't want to get too backlit with the character. I was gonna say like just fully backlit, like kind of like, you know, whatever, but then it might look like a spell if we're not careful. So crunchy cracker time. Yo, Bean, just in time for me to be crunching on stuff. Bean. I was literally just thinking about you. I was just crunching on a cracker and I'm like, Bean would hate this. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. I should have said it out loud. Oh well. Why do I have a banana but not a beetle? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Gone Bananas badge. Bean, I'm like 90% sure you can change those badges. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm crazy, but how are you? And how are you, Toots? Doing good. We just I'll open it again. We just finished this art. I don't have a beetle option. That's crazy. Amazing now that you're here. Those, yeah. Cute, right? Pretty and cute. And now we're drawing a pyromancer. At least that's the goal. We're doing a long stream today. It's very Spyro, which gets a big thumbs up from me. Yeah, it's very Spyro colored. That's true. Surprised Fig didn't say anything about it. You know what I might need to do? This might scare the kitten away, and I'm sorry, but I need to stand. Didn't care. Of course, you're making me do whatever. Sit-ups again? Is that where we're at? I don't know if I can get the camera over here. Push-ups. I keep forgetting. I will also check to save. In frame. Close enough. Ta-da. Back to cat. Who taught you how to do push-ups so good? I don't know. Football? I don't know. And Bean is right. I should save this right away. Save as... My brain stopped working. Do this. There we go. Pyromancer. Save. I think my push-ups are probably maybe even wider than it should be, but you'll be hench? I don't even know what hench is. Is that a British thing? Hench? Oh crap, we're in an ad. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. We'll take a quick break.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads,
Just gonna go to the next video.
I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this card right here almost ruined everything. The bridge card was so fundamentally broken across so many versions of the game that I had to refactor my entire game just to make it work at all. But before we get into that, let's explain how the game works, because if you don't know how the game works, you know? Well, it's it is. In Armies Against Entropy, players work together, placing cards to gain synergies, allocating units to distribute power where needed, granting each card more health and damage, and battling the Old God, a deck of cards designed to provide challenges to the players and serve as the main antagonist of the game. The most important thing you need to know is that each card had up to 2 different types of effects. There are base effects, which are in the main body of the card, similar to any other trading card game you've seen. Then there were activated effects, indicated by this blue gem box beneath the base effect. These activated effects required certain conditions to be met before they could be triggered. With all that in mind, let's dive into the bridge card itself and its copious problems it had in each version. We'll explore how it evolved and ultimately shape the game into what it is today.
What you doing, little buddy?
Well, the bridge card was so bad, I just figured I'd build a new one.
Well, we fixed it in the end, so you just have to, like, listen to the story.
Yeah, but I think we could still use a new one.
All right, buddy. Just keep doing your thing.
The bridge card was designed as a support card, helping to provide effects from your cards to your ally side of the board. This card was added about midway through the original development cycle, so there were a lot of things changing and happening around it. The intention was to increase interactions between allies, as collaboration is a core aspect of what makes Armies Against Entropy unique. More specifically, it was meant to take activated effects from cards like Farm, where if you had 5 or more units on the farm, you could play an additional card per turn. The bridge would apply that effect to your allies, allowing them to play an additional card as well. While this made it an extremely powerful card, it was integral to the spirit of the game, so we were okay with that. Now, going into it, we understood there could be some problems with this mechanic, as some activated effects behave differently than others. Take the Butcher, for example, which gained units upon the death of a monster. This became an issue because the units created by the Butcher were placed onto itself. As other effects applied to the entire game state, such as card draw or rule changes, the Butcher dealt with the individual card itself, which the other players may or may not have a copy of. To address this, we added a small note stating that these effects didn't apply to unit gain as sort of a band-aid fix, and we called it a day. However, I wasn't completely satisfied with this approach. As part of the next patch of the game, I aimed to add more functionality to structures, since they required more effort to place, trying to allow structures to provide more powerful effects in return for their cost. My goal was to give every structure both a base effect and an activated effect, enhancing their overall impact on the game. The way I decided to implement this was allowing Bridge to synergize with an ally if they have the Trading Post card on their side of the board. So this new effect stated, if the card named Trading Post is in play, this card's effect now also applies to gaining units. Units gained by this are immediately placed onto the Trading Post. Essentially, say a player had a swamp that gains a unit upon a monster.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure hench is definitely a British slang, but it does make me wonder, is that where like henchman comes from? Is that like where the terminology comes from? Who's texting me? Not in regards to me. But yeah, I think we should kind of sketch this out a little bit and like try to figure out. Maybe I'm not cultured enough to know that. Me neither. I'm not even cultured enough to know what hench is, so. Well, I think I've heard you say it before, to be fair. I'm thinking like we've got our person. I think it's probably going to be a relatively simple pose. We'll have them, you know, hench is a word of the peasants. There you go. You know, very. This is not working out. Let's just copy this for a second. Just merge everything. This is just for a sketch, so we'll have him like have him leaning kind of like this, right? Like you're leaning back, right? Yeah. And then the legs would be not leaning. Legs would be more straight, like a so. I think of like the classic pose, you know what I mean? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. It kind of doesn't quite work because the problem is with these characters that they don't have posable. I guess we kind of did it with hold on. Heroes, where is Barbarian? I thought my stream froze with them and I guess yeah, the head is tilted up at that point. I don't know, it's something like this, right? It's gonna be a pretty simple pose. Head's kinda definitely doesn't look right. Your legs. How you doing, Bean? It's been a minute, I feel like. And then we have, you know, a lot of fire. And crazy flaming. Been okay, just tired 99.4% of the time. Man, that's my entire life. That's like literally something my family like jokes about, is like that I'm always tired. Like, I'm Beetle, I'm tired. That's literally the thing. I am also tired. You know, feeling a little bit more back on track after the whole roommate incident. That's not taking up my time anymore. However, I would say I'm still struggling with what's it called? Just like knowing what to do, you know? I feel like I'm struggling with the whole YouTube, this sort of stuff, but I feel like I don't want to keep talking about that because I've talked about it a lot, and I feel like it's probably depressing to hear all the time, so. You know. It's okay to vent, but I feel like at the same time, sometimes it's not productive either. So, you know, just doing my thing, trying to keep on keeping on. You know, give me something like this. It's a generational thing because is it because of the world shit right now? Honestly, I bury my head in the sand, so I don't really know anything about the world shit. So, which is maybe not the right way to live, but I don't pay too much attention to the news. I'm being completely honest. That's for other people to worry about, and for me to not worry about. I'm making a board game over here, you know? Long time, and I was very tired then. Yeah. And now exam is over, but I'm still tired all the time. Yep, that's how it is, I feel like. I think this is the design. We just need to actually design our hero here. I kind of actually like the maybe the fire motif in like the cape. So like something like. Do you guys appreciate when the background isn't pure white? Like when it's like this? Do you like that better for a viewing experience, or do you not care? Out of curiosity. I feel like staring at a white background can be a lot. The wrong button. I was trying to put color on my art, but I always forget a lot of the time to improve the drawing. Yeah. I mean, having a color background's nice. I just do it just so it's like, you know, not so blinding. Joe, now have fun, y'all. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate you being here, Tebow. Have a good one. Hey, white screens, every app in dark mode. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Like, I feel like that's a... Miss you, Tebow. I agree. Goodbye. I'm a go now. That makes so much more sense. Ah, there's a space. The space was in the wrong spot. Okay. See you, Tebow. It's good having you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. This may be a little extreme. Not like the frickin'... It's like a... I don't know. Villainous sort of garb going on here. I was thinking of kind of rethinking Snowbound Fortress because I want to add more depth to the combat system and other stuff, but the theme is a bit limiting. Maybe scope creep, but I want us to... I don't know what else to do until I get to playtesting. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I do like the snow theme, honestly, but it's obviously up to you, right? It's your game. I think the snow is kind of a... I don't know, I feel like you could do a lot with it. What parts do you think are limiting? Like what kind of ideas do you want to do that you feel like you can't? It's the train. Okay, gotcha. I mean, I guess. What would you change it to? I'm playing on a larger map. Larger and not a line. It's interesting.
I guess I could see that. You could do like a space station, or like a, I could even see like an underwater, like not a submarine, but like that kind of thing, I guess. You could change the layouts of rooms rather than train cars, but I don't know. I could see either though. I think you can rearrange the train cars still, you know? I do get what you mean, because you're like always running back and forth, and it might be better for it to not be so linear. Yeah, Grot was asking. Grot's got a pretty cool game. It's like a social deduction / survival game. But pretty cool. Fun. I'm kind of going like the Phoenix route. I don't know if this is good or not. It's like very spiky. It's different than anything else, I can tell you that. I have too many tabs open. I'm trying to figure out where the heck what I'm even doing. Okay. We want to look at some pyromancers for inspiration. I feel like most of the things I see aren't along these lines. And so I think I'm okay with going where I'm going. It's just different, you know? I feel like she's going to look like just like an evil villain, but I think that's okay. The main thing is I'm thinking of would be an airship. A storm that can still affect it. It could be need to refuel. I think it needs to rework. Wouldn't need to rework much. Also, the rooms would be just the same, but themed. And have more options, new rooms. Yeah, I think the biggest thing there is like the rooms not being linear, right? You could have it be in like the pathing to different rooms would be more interesting instead of just running back and forth. I guess I see that. All right, I'm starting to come across something I'm digging. I feel like I should like one of these days do like just like a bigger art piece on stream that has nothing to do with anything. Just do like a full character drawing just for the fun of it. It hasn't been something I've done in a good while. Last time I did it was like that random, drew some random girl. I don't remember when that was. It was probably like a year ago. I think I posted on Discord, right?
think it's under your creations, right? I think I posted on here. Yeah. Her. And that was 5 months ago. Yeah, I was in spring. That's right. That makes sense. Another problem encountered is that now the skill checks have random cards added to contributions. These cards came from their own deck and can be gear. The thing is that it's discarded in the normal deck and it ends up polluting the normal deck, if you get what I mean. That's literally exactly the problem I had with Blight of Blackridge. The solution I came up with that is each. So, sorry, kitten. Scared you away. The solution I came up with for that is that you each have a separate deck for each thing, right? There's like tools, food, or weapons, right? And then instead of having, because I had each deck have its own thing, and then there was a combined deck, right, that had all three. But instead what I ended up doing was just assigning a number to these, and then you'd roll a dice, you know, and then you would get whatever item from that deck, and then each one had their own discard pile. So you'd have, you know, three separate discard piles. That was my solution, and by that I mean I think Maximus came up with that one, but it was a good one. So potentially use that as well. The thing is, you need to not know what's randomly contributed. That's the whole point. Well, same with mine, but the thing is you play everything face down, right? And then afterward, everything goes to the discard pile. You would know what you would have. So that is the downside, is if you're watching players, you do know what they're picking up. So I guess I see what you're saying there, right? This doesn't make sense. I like this before. Yeah, I mean, I guess you would know what people are picking up. That's the biggest downside. But technically you still might not know what people are playing, right? But because that's only what would be in your hand, is when you randomly get an item. Yours might work differently. I don't know exactly what you've changed, but or how your skill checks work, but I think this might be it. I don't think I'm gonna go too crazy with this, because I think their head's gonna be on fire. They're like flaming hair. Which I guess maybe I could draw in here, but yeah, I suppose so. I need to do one thing with fire is I feel like you need to do like more large gestures. That looks silly. And then you can kind of add smaller ones in afterward. I think this might be too silly, but we'll see. Maybe not. It might work. Top of the morning to you. Too, I like how you announce that you're still here just by doing a redeem. Gotta show my support somehow. There you go. This is wild hair. Kind of looks like the guy from Incredibles. He looks hot. Yeah, true. Literally. Talking about Syndrome, yeah. Got Syndrome hair. What? Art review. Let's see it. In stream chat? Not yet. I accidentally instantly accepted that, but we'll wait for it. Sly Dog, you got me monologuing. What? Getting you to talk to me? Oh wait, no, that's from, never mind. That was, you were quoting. Sorry. Right? I don't know. I don't know The Incredibles. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're not on our music anymore. No. Whew. Random doodle I did in 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Let's do let's open a new. On a references, try to do that. Nice. Is this the thing? Copy image. Hold. App. Heck yeah. I like it. What would you like critiquing on?
I mean, for 20 minutes, that's great. Join the Helldivers. Democracy. Do you have any specific things you'd like me to critique? Or, obviously you did it in 20 minutes. Like, it's not like a fully fleshed out, you know, sketch, right? It's just a, yeah, Grot made that. Look at that. That definitely is quite cool. I like the texture, it's fun. Yeah, do you have any specific critiques you would want, or just to appreciate your art? What you looking for? Anything specific? The arms look a bit weird. I mean, this arm looks fine to me. Anatomy isn't really like my my strong suit, but I guess the arms maybe like a little stiff, but that is something I always have a problem with. Probably rather than having, well, I mean, I guess this is a reference, right? I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but you know, the arm probably should have like a little bit of bend to it rather than just coming out straight. So it's also connected to the shoulder weird, but this is also like a robot, right? So it's not really like it's not like human anatomy, so it is a little bit different. Anatomy is definitely not a super good strong suit for me. The shading I can maybe help you with a bit more. But at the same time, like the I mean, yeah, it seems like you said you did this in 20 minutes, so it's like, you know, I wouldn't expect to have like super in-depth shading. Can't find the reference, sadly. No, it's all good. I'm trying to think. I mean, usually, like a lot of time when I do a piece like this, I will break it down into like, you know, like its component parts, right? Hips, you know, and kind of do the stick figure thing. Right? That sometimes can help you. In this case, I mean, I don't think it looks that bad. I don't think the shoulder is really, you know, too bad. Maybe the big thing, again, this is a mech, right? I think maybe this section here is too short. Yeah, I don't really mind the arm at all either. I don't think that looks bad by any stretch of the imagination. The one behind him, it's kind of a little hard to tell what's going on, but again, it's a sketch, right? I don't, like, I can tell this is the shoulder. I can tell this is the shoulder. I can tell this is a gun, but I can't really tell what's here. But again, it's like a doodle. So I'm not like, it's not really a critique, you know? I think it all looks fine. One thing you can do when you're like trying to simply shade something like this is like if you have, I think part of the problem with the shading is it like just doing a quick shading like this is it blends in too much of the background. So like one of the things you can do when you do a quick piece like this, take all this with a grain of salt, of course. But yeah, say you do. You know, you make a whatever. We're just gonna draw a shape. Here's my super cool mech. You know, it's a mech. It's got shoulders and arms. Here it is. Okay, right? Like you do a quick piece like this, One of the ways to just make it stand out from the, of course I drew it on the wrong layer. You know, we're gonna do this actually instead. Let's do this. One way to make something like this stand out more rather than just like painting. You know, let's just like if you're sketching like this. I don't know what sort of layers you're doing. I'm assuming this is like maybe potentially even all on one layer. If you have something like this and you're trying to like separate it from the background and do shading, literally just doing like a quick selection of the of course you have to make sure that there's no gaps like I have here. If you do a quick selection and then just like, you know, just do a solid color behind it, you know. Of course I failed, so whatever. Just having like a little bit of a different, I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. I think overall your piece here looks good, right? But like just doing a block color behind it and then coloring over it. Maybe we can kind of simulate that. Now that I'm thinking about it, let me try something. I don't know if this is really super helpful, but just honestly having like a block of color behind something and then shading it instantly will separate it from your background, right? Even if it is just a sketch. You like what, overlay? Some way to do this, and I can't remember how. Why am I blanking so hard on this? I guess we just do color, right? Yeah, there we go. So like that instantly separates it from your background, right? So that could be a way just to make your character stand out, because you're using the same colors of the background as the foreground for the most part, right? So that could just give it like a little bit of pop. That's all. And then I like to, I mean, I don't really do like as much of a painterly process, but yo, Bishop, what's going on? How you doing today? Just tuning. Hope your day's been good. Yeah, we're just reviewing one of our viewers' art pieces here, and then we'll probably get back to drawing some card art. Yeah, dude, I think it looks good. I think, yeah, for 20-minute thing, it looks great. Get it good. But yeah, just separating him from the background, I think is like, you know, again, it's a sketch. You probably know to do this too anyway, so. Yeah, and then I guess for shading, like, I just like to define where where the sun is hitting, right? Be like, okay, the sun's coming from the front, behind, whatever. Let's say it's coming from like here, I guess, right? And then I really like to just do it on a separate layer. You can do it, like, you can just do it in a drawing process, but I think just like, you know, this shouldn't be multiplied. This should be like, let's just do, I don't know, let's just do normal. And you can just easily add that to like the edges. Obviously this isn't quite right because it probably wouldn't be on top of your line art necessarily. You do some edge lighting. Obviously this is super rough and not really great, but you know, you can pretty easily add some light. Just pretend like, think of like a beam hitting the side of this, right? Where would that light fall? And then you can do the same with like a multiply layer. If you want to just do quick lighting, at least assuming that's what you mean. Really, I think honestly you did a great job. I'm just, you know, trying to give you something for the art redeem, you know? You know, something like that. Obviously the light's too bright here. Maybe we could do soft light or overlay, maybe. You know, I don't know. Just a few little tiny quick improvements to improve that, like you can do for the sketch. I don't know. You tell me if that's what you're looking for. But yeah. Good work, dude. Looks great. It's cool. All right, Pyromancer. Yeah, for context, we just finished the Magic Academy card. And we're going to be doing, where's Dexterous? Here it is. Yeah, we just finished the card. That's what it looks like with text and all that. And then because we're trying to finish up the Mage deck, I probably shouldn't leave this open because this program just eats your RAM, but we need another like 1 or 2 heroes for the Mage deck. So we're gonna do a Pyromancer. And this is our rough sketch currently. Oh, yeah. That's what's currently going on. For any of y'all who are just jumping in. Yeah, Grot, hopefully that was helpful and not just annoying. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to know what advice to give. I'm not like an expert, but I can at least, try to give some advice, I think you did good. It looks great. I'm back. What are we making? We are making a Pyromancer. Thanks, peace. No problemo. Hopefully some of that information was helpful. I want these to be more like sort of spiky or like kind of have curve to them. They're supposed to be kind of like a flame motif, I feel like we're getting more cartoony as we keep making more cards. I mean, granted, the style is pretty, cartoony, but I feel like it's getting a little more like dramatic proportions. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I don't know. Love your style, too. It's a good thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to see, I can actually show you.
Here, I may as well do this. Han. For everyone who is unaware, Bishop is also making a trading card game, or a card game, I believe. I don't know if it's a trading card game specifically. There's a shout out. Yeah, these are a lot of the new cards we've been working on. Got a Beast Tamer, Hellblade, Marauder. Sorry, I don't know why I skipped over this one. The Bard turned out really well. Iron Sentinel. These are a lot of the newer ones. I feel like they have a lot more effort put into them than the I read that as Bish Potatoes. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I may have done that as well. I'm also dyslexic, so I gotta pass. Thing. But yeah, and then we also got a lot of the well, there's the old god cards. These are the enemies of the game, because it's a cooperative trading card game. There's a evil deck that you fight. There's some of their cards. Yeah, it's a whole work in progress, but you know, it's coming along. Probably need to make some more old god cards, but I feel like we just really need to focus on the player first. And then we can maybe do some deck building after that for the old god, but you know, just a random assortment of cards. Dude, that's awesome. It looks so good. Thank you. Yeah, and then I got them all in Tabletop Simulator and whatnot. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was excited to see your stream because there are... sorry about the spazzing there for a second. I was excited to see your stream because there are not a whole lot of... not a whole lot of... card game makers / streamers out there, like who are both, rather, right? There's plenty of people making trading card games, but not a lot of them do you know, any sort of social media, anything. Yeah, I need to get Tabletop Sim. Yeah, it's honestly, there are free options, like you could do what's it called, Screen Top and stuff like that, but Tabletop Simulator is just, one, kind of the standard, and two is it's just the nicest of them, you know. I'd also recommend, I didn't get to asking you, I meant to ask, but if you aren't already, I would highly recommend using Dexterous. It's the program I'm using here. Essentially what it does is you can have all your cards on a spreadsheet. You know, well, whatever this, you know, you can have all your cards on a spreadsheet, and then essentially what Dexterous does is it compiles all your cards and puts it all together, so you don't need to go into each individual card and edit it in like your Photoshop or Procreate or whatever file. If you aren't already, I couldn't really tell. It seemed like you were doing most of it in Procreate, but yeah, if you it basically, you know, you can live edit stuff, which is really cool, and you can kind of prototype really quickly when it comes down to it, right? Like I could just change a cell in this and it would change the card. So just a little thing that you would hydrate. Thank you. You'd swear I'm sponsored by them because of how much I promote them, but it was just such a game changer for me. How do you spell it? Here, I'll send you a link. I mean, you'll still need to draw and stuff, right? Like, obviously, you still need to draw your art and all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah, it's super nice. Mostly just because like I used to draw a card, or like do the, you know, all the card stuff by hand before, and then it just like it just changed. Like it made stuff so much easier when I switched over. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. Pretty much anyone who's doing a card game. I didn't know it was spelled dexterous, yeah, or something like that. Yeah, no. Thank you, man. Seriously, yeah, no, of course. It's it really just makes the process that much easier. It's pretty insane. Because it can get so tedious. Like I used to have to go into each Photoshop file and change the stuff and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's just really a game changer. I don't know if the pun is intended or not, but it is a game changer. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this. How are we feeling about our pyromancer here? Guess it's okay so far. I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be so many fire effects just covering her that it's not even gonna matter. But what she really looks like, totally. You know, I feel like I'm like overthinking it. Funny how much like a little bit of depth can add where you don't like if you have the line connected versus if you have the line slightly not. It's like, oh, now that's wrapping over that part of the thing. Yeah, I didn't realize, but I watched some of your. I didn't realize, but I watched some of your YouTube videos prior to us meeting the other night. That's great. That's encouraging. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. That's cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people have seen my I did some stuff on Blackthorn Prods videos if you watch those. I know like a lot of game dev people have seen those, but the board game community is a little bit different, obviously. Bishop is so nice. True. Yes, his stream is cool. He's working on a card game. And we like those. We like those here, believe it or not. You have great content and genuine dude. It's rare nowadays. Thank you. You're making me blush. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I try. It's good to hear because honestly, like I feel like I've been struggling with my content lately, and that definitely is a boost to the old ego. With Blight of Blackridge, yeah, the Blight of Blackridge, and there's also the Stellar Shift one as well. I feel like there needs to be something. Maybe? Is anything? Yeah, that works. These, what do you end up eating? I had peanut butter and jelly, some dried mangoes, and some crackers that I haven't finished eating. Some Crunch Master crackers. You guys ever have those? They're like surprisingly good. For something that's so sillily named.
I put stream chat pic of what I was playing around with the airship. Oh, okay, yeah, let's take a look. Ooh. This just gave me a vibe, and I don't know. I guess it kind of instantly gave me like a somewhere between like yeah, what are those games? There's like few games I'm thinking of. FTL reminds me a little bit of FTL for some reason, and the other thing it reminds me of is not Dwarf Fortress. What's the other one? What's the space game where you like move people around? And this is not FTL really. I don't know. I think it just gave me the vibe for some reason. I think it's, I don't really get that. Yeah, it doesn't really. It's just for some reason, I don't know. Something made me, I guess it's just literally the compartments on a ship. I think that's literally the only reason it gave me that. It's not even like the game itself. It's just literally the layout, I think, that made me feel that way. You know, because you have to like go between rooms. That would literally be the only reason. But no, it looks cool. I think that makes sense. I like the idea of that. Like, you need a little bit more. This doesn't really totally make sense as like clothing, I don't think, but you know, who cares? Who's keeping track? Again, she's gonna be covered in fire. He is a pyromancer. We are a pirate. I don't know why I said that. Here we are. I'll playtest a bit the normal version as well. More or less the same apparent, apart from the layout. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah. Looks like armor crossed in the chest and their flames in a good way. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, technically, like, you know, they just have little ball hands, right? But the idea is, yeah, trying to have like the sort of, you know, flame motif for a fire wizard anyway. So I think it makes sense. I think that's probably fine. Maybe just add like a little bit of like embellishment here. I don't know. Use some like, well, actually, you know what? That can be done in coloring. I think that would probably make sense. Yeah, love it. Thank you. Appreciate that. I was thinking of making it so that you... Oh, we're about to hit an ad. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Let's do a quick 3-minute break. We'll have 3 minutes of ads and then another whole hour of ad-free time. So be right back.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you...
I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this card right here, almost with a proper number of units, it could attack 2 monsters for the cost of 1. This effect was meant strictly for the archer. So did a bridge do nothing? Or worse, did it break the game and allow all heroes to attack 2 monsters as well? Now you might be thinking, why not just reword bridge and fix the problems? Well, by this point, we were running out of room on the cards and didn't really want to keep just adding exceptions to make it function properly. So instead, we decided to change the game entirely. which sounds drastic for just one card out of 40. However, the real reason for this was that it highlighted a greater issue with the game as a whole. The problem was that activated effects needed to be categorized more clearly. At the time, there were two main types of activated effects. One type required a certain number of units on the card to trigger an effect, while the other type was triggered by a specific event happening in the game. So the solution was to split these effects into two different types: unit effects and triggered effects. From there, we meticulously went through every single card and reworked them to fit these new effects. While this change was a good idea, it actually didn't fix any of our problems and ended up creating new ones. Let me explain. The new version of the bridge base effect was written like this: if the structure you control has an activated unit effect, those effects also apply to your allies. Now, take note, it specifically says structure. This was our easy way to avoid the issue we are facing with cards like Elvish Archer and Cleric. I'll explain it in a minute. And the unit effect stated, if an ally's triggered effect occurs, you also gain that effect. Any units gained are placed on the bridge. This was an attempt to maintain the unit synergy and identity with less wording. While it did remove the synergy it had with Trading Post, this was a worthwhile trade-off for the new simplicity. It also shifted the benefit more toward the player with the bridge rather than their ally, which in hindsight I didn't really like because it went against the original supportive nature of the card. But despite that, it ended up being one of the most powerful and broken effects in the entire game. This is because during this update, many of the God cards, the cards that define the player's playstyle, along with providing hugely beneficial effects, were shifted to triggered effects as well. This meant simply having a bridge on the board meant the bridge had the power of a god itself. If that statement didn't make it clear already, it was clearly overpowered. The bridge's effect was quickly given an exclusion to the god's effects, which balanced it somewhat, but I still wasn't satisfied. Having a card that could both generate a massive number of units and also provide a substantial buff for your allies felt like too much power concentrated on a single card. Truthfully, I wanted the base effect to be tied to a unit effect. This meant that placing the card wouldn't be enough to access its power. It would need some investment to get going. So I ended up removing the triggered effect from the bridge, deciding a similar ability might find its place on another card down the line. The base effect was then moved to a unit effect, which now required 8 units on it for the effect to activate. And while all might seem fixed, there were still some major issues nagging it. Bridge still only applied to structures to prevent weird interactions with Archer and other heroes, and while at the time,
I don't know if I'm gonna like fully go the full next hour, to be fair. I feel like the plan really was to get some other stuff done today, but yo, Mosta, what's up, dude? How you doing today? But we're at least gonna be here for a bit. You know? We're at least gonna finish this. I feel like giving her like more of a pointed chin would be interesting. Just give her a little bit different face shape. I mean, that looks like Goku. We're doing well. Nice. Oh wait, sorry, I missed Grot's thing. I think I'm making it so you fight other airships and you need to go to the gunnery room. You fire at them, burn a bunch of fuel, shake them up, but the game is probably too short for that. Yeah, it seems like a lot, but also kind of cool. Yeah. Probably leaves no worries, dude. I cry. Been lurking for a while. We'd be chilling. True. We're just chilling here. No, but I appreciate it, dude. Appreciate you hanging out. Lurking or otherwise. Looks like Goku. Yeah, Vegeta. Yeah, exactly. Whatever, yeah. Some sort of Dragon Ball-ish person. Maybe the pointy chin is too much. I don't know. Just working on architecture stuff. No, nice. I don't know. I said no. I said oh. I meant to say oh, but I said no. I'd say oh, nice, but I went no, nice. I'm like, what? Wait. You can tell my brain's starting to crumble. I blame everyone here for making me stream this long.
yeah, the face shape is not right. Literally almost name one of my kids after a Dragon Ball character. I won't say which one. That's so funny. Wait, no, because I hate my job. There you go. Yo, Nezu, hi. All our streamer friends are showing up today, apparently. I need to shout out, first of all, we need to shout out Mosta. Hold on, hold. Oh God, hold. Did I spell your name wrong? Dang it. Mosta's always super kind and actually shouts everyone out. I missed the A. I missed one of the A's. There we go. So we definitely need to do that. I always forget. What time is it for you? It is 2:43. If I was on Twitch right now, I'd have made you do push-ups. There you go. I just got back from a bachelorette party. Nice. Heck yeah. Saw your live. Woohoo. Yeah, I've been streaming a lot today. My chats convinced me to stay here. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. It was... I don't know what you're saying. Did you? All right, let's see. But yeah, we also got a shout out Nez once the cooldown stops, right? Because it makes you wait for a bit. Happens to the best of us, right? Wait, Beats, are you been streaming for 5 hours now? Yeah, it's kind of long, huh? I try. How did time fly so quickly? Yeah, I know, right? Actually, it was Android 16. There you oh, that's what 2 was saying. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate you, man. Things look good. New card. Yeah. We're doing a pyromancer. We finished the Magic Academy today. That one I think turned out pretty cute. But yeah, we've been kind of plugging away. Everyone's convinced me to stay here, but yeah, right. I think it turned out differently than I expected, but I'm definitely happy with it. Yeah, the glow definitely adds a lot. But yeah. No, Grot, don't leave us. See you, dude. I appreciate you being here. Good luck on your game and stuff. But yeah, now we're doing a pyromancer. Got some ideas for it. We're trying to build the mage deck. We're trying to do like pre-built decks for each of these things, because before it was before it's just like 72 randomly assorted cards. Siege Vigil. Yeah, there's a lot. We I looked it up today. There's 114 cards currently. Like unique cards. You can have duplicates of them in your deck, but thank you, Nez. But yeah, we're trying to get 4 more cards in this deck, and then this one's done. We probably could use some of the existing cards, because I don't mind if there's some overlap, but yeah, we need a little bit. Actually, we did the one we made today will go in this deck as well, so we really only need like 1 or 2 more heroes. It's so inspiring. Yeah, we got to you mentioned doing a deck building, or a wow, I can't, my brain's starting to fail. You mentioned doing a trading card game thing. If you That's okay. If you ever want help with that, I'm more than happy. I gotta tell you about it. You should. And you should also use this program that I promote to everyone. Help. I like started and I'm dying. I'd be so happy to help you with it. So very happy. I love working on this stuff, so it's cool. First recommendation I would give you is get this program, and by get this I mean literally go online and it's free. This is called Dexterous. What it lets you do is you can make spreadsheets of cards. I literally promote this to everyone, even though I'm not sponsored. Literally promoted it to Bishop 4 seconds ago, but you can have spreadsheets of cards and all your cells and whatnot. And then you should be. I actually did reach out to them, but they don't make enough money for it to work. You can take spreadsheets and you basically convert it into cells on a card. So you can literally just change the spreadsheet and it changes the card. So you don't really need to go into each individual like Photoshop file or whatever to change the card. Not to brag or anything, but I also use Google Sheets. Nice. Nice, Fig. Heck yeah. Like I'm scared. But yeah, no, I would if you want help like figuring it out, I'd be more than happy to. Because not only do I find it fun, but I also like working on stuff with other people. Be the first sponsor or advocate, whatever it be. Yeah. Okay, let me search it up. There you go. Here, I'll send you a link. It's super helpful. Oh wait, you're on YouTube. Yeah, look at that. Because I have an idea, but the game loop is borked. Well, the nice part about having this is like if you make your cards and then they suck, you can super easily change them rather than like going into each one individually changing it. You just go into the spreadsheet, you edit it, and then you go into Tabletop Simulator and you can if you just hit the export button, you basically just get them into Tabletop Simulator and then you can play them. So it's super easy to like just get into here and play test the game. Honestly, if you check out my latest video I did, it kind of has the whole like way I make games quickly, because I've made 2 different ones in 24 hours. And they're functional. One of them's okay, one of them's pretty dang good. It's worked on it more, but I can't wait to binge videos now. There you go. But yeah, the latest one is like a how-to. It's like my only really how-to video, but the rest of them are kind of more like video essay / devlog combo sort of things. But yeah, I think yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Can you explain how that board works? Like this? I don't know if this is you trolling or if you actually want to know how this works. We should totally do a series. I have an idea. I would love to. I like collaborating. No, I actually want to know. Okay, I wasn't sure if you're just like, can you explain to me what cards are, please? Is my spacebar not working? I think it's just, for some reason it gets broken, I think, when it's on here too long. In what way? What way exactly are you asking how it works? Like, I mean, so basically, like, Tabletop Simulator, you can, like, host any sort of game in. You know, like, you can get, like, oh, here's a Magic the Gathering mod. Oh, God. And basically, you can, like, load in different stuff. Like, they have a lot of, like, scripting and stuff like that you can do. I don't really play that much Magic, but my friends do, so it was kind of cool. But yeah, basically you can like load in different maps and stuff, or different mods that have preloaded assets. But the nice part is, the reason I can actually make my own game is you can like load just random objects. So I could go like, I want a component, I want some blocks, and you can like spawn stuff, right? And you can kind of like, you know, place things how you want. Of course, you can upload custom assets, like you can do cards, which is basically how mine works, although Dexterous imports them a little more directly, which is kind of cool. You can do like custom tiles and all that kind of stuff. Dice, you can just load dice in the game. So it's literally just like a virtual, you know, hosted game. You can kind of just play around with it. It's kind of just like a little sandbox. You can do whatever you want in, which is pretty cool. Like if we do adventures into game making, or adventures into making different games, like, sorry, Han. Like if we do adventures into making different games, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. So like give ourselves a week or two to work on, research something to make a basic, let's say, genre platformer, and we make a really basic one. Yeah, I mean, I'd be cool with that. I don't really know programming, unfortunately. How did I... Oh, wait, sorry. I thought I rolled one of every number. I don't really know that much programming, unfortunately. I can do art, but I'm mostly just a board game guy, unfortunately. However, it would be fun to do a platformer board game. I am very curious how that would work. I was going to say, I can do art. I can do the art. And I know, like, very basic programming stuff, but... I'm actually a programmer. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're a programmer, but I wouldn't be able to help you with any of it, is what I'm getting at. So for anyone who wants to get into video game development, we can break down core mechanics of what makes the genre, game genre or something. Yeah, and I think the other thing too is like I at least I associate with a lot of the board game or video game people. Like I feel like a lot of the board game developer people are in the board game development sphere, but I kind of go around and talk to a lot of the you know, I talk to a lot of the video game development people. And that's actually how I got into doing this. Is I was like, oh, I should make devlogs because I watch, you know, video game devlogs. but yeah. Gotta go pick up boys from school beats. Thanks for all the helpful tips and have a good time. Yeah, you too, dude. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for stopping by. I'm sure I'll see you around. But we can learn together. That's something you're interested in. Yeah, I definitely honestly want to learn. I think it would be cool to make this card game into a digital game at some point, but haven't really, you know, gotten to that yet. I actually do. I am thinking of doing a sort of series, if you'd be interested, where the idea is I go to different guests and make a we start a board game, right? And then you go to I'll go to a different creator each time. And sorry, I'm explaining this horribly. Let me open my pitch document, because I can't actually think right now. Hold on. Hold. It's kind of like a relay, but games. Hold. Okay, so essentially what happens is each stream features a new guest or creator, you know, being whoever, and me and myself, who develop a board game together. And then basically either start with a blank slate or like a minimal product, right? And then the guest can add like any art, card, rules, mechanics, etc. And then both our communities can like add stuff as well if they want to like give art assets and that kind of stuff. Once the stream ends, I take the project to another creator and me and them do the same thing. And then it kind of continues. Maybe I can jump back to, you know, previous creators or whatever. It depends on how it goes. But, and then the final thing will be like a really cool collaborative thing with me as kind of like a arbiter to help keep everything cohesive. And then, you know, the guests kind of make something cool. But yeah, like a huge collaborator creator board game clash. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that could be a thing if you want to be on that once I finally get that together. I know I talked about Mosta about it and like Anonymous, but yeah, you know, signature sets, you can come back and make new cards. Yeah. I think it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, awesome. I did miss something you said here. Paper prototyping board game development is like the first thing we should learn. Then the foundation of game making can start there. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Heck yeah. But yeah, I think that'd be pretty awesome. I would definitely be down. But yeah, I've been like cooking that idea for like a while now, but I just haven't really like fully fleshed it out, you know? I'm also kind of afraid to start it, I think, is part of it. Like board games are often overlooked because people love video games, but it's super hard to master too. And I think that's definitely I think part of it too is like board games are less like you look at the board game, you don't like understand it as quickly as you see a video game. You know? Like you have to learn the rules of a board game. So like visually it's harder to like make more interesting, I guess. Not interesting, but more understandable, I guess. Okay, man, a little nervous. Maybe. It's partly that, partly just like time, right? Like I'm like, it's like a whole nother commitment, you know? I think that's probably part of it. That's true too. Some people don't have the imagination. Yeah, and yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's another commitment, but it's also just like, I want to do it though, because I really want to do more collaboration stuff. I think it would be really, I thrive on collaborating. I'm like much more productive when I'm collaborating with someone than when I'm doing it on my own. This lady's hair is crazy. She's literally going full Super Saiyan. I totally understand that, man. Yeah, right. It's I don't know. I'm much better as a thing, as a collaborator, than just doing stuff on my own. Not that I don't have like the discipline to finish stuff on my own, but like I really thrive off of other people's energy. But yeah. This lady's going full Super Saiyan. I do get nervous with collabs because I always have too much cooking up. Yeah. I'm afraid I'll disappoint someone. Honestly, I get the same way too. I've gotten better at it, but I literally like even when like doing like D&D with people, like my friends of like, you know, 20 years or whatever, I still get nervous. I'm like, oh man. I'm like, why am I nervous? Like these people care about me. Why am I like freaking out? But you know, part of that is yo, Storm, what's up, dude? Part of that is just like the whole like performance anxiety thing, you know? Like, oh man, what if they're bored, or what if, you know, yo, Storm. Yeah, look at that. The mod is here. And with the cool cat beats here. Cool cat. Where is my cool cat? Hold on. Hold. We should go back to the art display. That's nicer. And then there she is. Wait, the camera doesn't quite reach. There we go. There's my cool cat. A cool beetle, because you are a cat. I've got a cat. It's cool. Wholesomest homie award goes to Beats every time. Cat cam. Yeah, we got a cat cam, although she's not in her normal spot. What production quality? Thank you. You should have seen earlier. Hold on. We had this on screen. It was a good time. Yeah, she's all floppity. We'll avoid, yeah. We also do have a Luna emote. Of course, it's not on YouTube, but you know, we got that one. Adorable. Yeah, she's a cutie. But yeah. What are you looking at? Punk? She wants to play, probably. Yeah, we try to have a cat cam. I feel like I don't know how to draw this. Like, I want her to have like all of her hair is just flying around, but I guess it's not even hair, it's just fire, right? At this point, I guess maybe she has. I don't know how that would work. Art's hard. Okay, Beats, I don't want to distract you, but could you walk me through one card on the Excel sheet your organization looks like? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I'm happy to show you. Okay. I gotta move the cat cam. Unfortunately, the cord is like over my keyboard. All right, sorry, kitten. We can't show you. You're not in the right spot to be shown. Okay. Let's talk through it for a second. Yeah, so let's do a better. That's nicer, right? Okay. So basically, as far like, what are you looking for? Just like what's on each cell and all that. Oh, hi. You trying to attack me? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. The first number is like the first cell here is like the number of copies in, which I probably can even. You have a column grouped. Yeah. So I don't know if we can. Let's just zoom in a little bit, huh? And we'll go over. We'll slide over. There we go. So yeah, the first column is number of copies. Second column, we have like what type of card it is, like hero, structure, land, spell, etc. What's the first thing about for your card type? Yeah, so these are drop-down menus. So you can add drop-down menus into the, you probably know this, but yeah, you can add drop-down menus in here. So we have got like what type of card. So if you're looking at here, we've got heroes, we've got structures, lands, well, heroes, lands, structures, spells, and gods. Gods are basically like your player, almost, more or less. They like kind of function as the, like your class, more or less. So yeah, Giant Turtle. Yeah, Giant Turtle is probably one of the best cards. Look how cute it is. But yeah, so yeah, the first, so number of copies, card type, then the name of the card. I want that one. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good card. Then the base effect. So I have two different types of effects on my cards. The base effect, which is in, the base of the card, like any other trading card game, right? And then there's type technically 4 different other types of effects. There are unit effects. So these basically, there's a resource in this game. Hold on. Basically, when you place a card on the board, you get a certain number of units on it. And units can usually be like passed around and like, so if you have different cards, apparently land are going to generate you units. Kind of think of it like as your resource you'd have like in Magic, right? So you have your resources, you can move these to your heroes. The units essentially act as both your health and your damage. So if there's an enemy on the board, say like there's a minion, right? If you attack the minion, it's got a power level of 1, so you lose one health and it dies. Sorry, this is a little buggy. I've fixed this since, but I haven't updated it yet, so it's kind of bounces around. Similarly, if they attack you, that's really annoying. If they attack you, then your health goes down as well. So that's kind of what units are. They're sort of your health and your damage. But when you have something like a unit effect, it basically triggers when you have a certain number of units on your card. Like, give me some ideas for cards that I hope to inspire. Yeah, a lot of time, a lot of guys on here are like to brainstorm here rather than my units, or rather my units / people cards. Yeah, there you go. And then we have triggered effects. So these are like if then statements, right? If this happens, then this. Like before this guy attacks, he gains 3 units, right? So that's an example of that. And then there's abilities, which are basically just additional abilities. You can spend a cost and then it does a thing, Like in this case, because this is a cooperative board game, like if you have the merchant on your side, you can say you have like 2 units or like 3 units or whatever. You can spend 2 units and you can move them to the other side of the board. So that's like one of their abilities, right? So yeah, there's that, and then yeah, there's a lot of like team play in this one, so it's pretty cool. So that's the base effect, and then the secondary effect, you can choose which effect. Oh, I guess I forgot cost. Cost are on spells. Although they're not actually called cost anymore. It's called side effect because you don't actually need to pay the price. It just happens if you happen to be able to pay the price, if that makes sense. But yeah, there's the cost on cards as well. But yeah, and so you can select this from the drop-down menu, and then you fill it in on my thing here. And then I have like, if it has like the unit spawn icon, you can see like this one has this little icon here. That's basically whether it has the unit spawn icon on it. There's also one to have whether it has the attack icon on it. So like on the other side here. And then the last one's the card art. Now it does get a lot more confusing if you look at if you look at this part of the spreadsheet. Although this is somewhat unnecessary now. Because this kind of takes everything and turns it into the icons on the card. So you can see how there's like icons in the body of the of the card. The thing about this is it's not necessary anymore because they just have a variable button on here where you can just add the variable in and then name it, and then it can change it to the cards or to the thing. But either this didn't used to be a thing, or I didn't understand the program enough for it to be a thing, so I kind of I've overcomplicated it. But yeah, and essentially there's a lot of like this weird array formula that splits the text and then puts in all the icons from the icon index, and then puts it back together, and then it uses those to put the icons into the text. It's definitely overcomplicated now that they have, you know, a way to do this without doing that. But you know, so much nicer when cards have keywords or icons. Wish Yu-Gi-Oh did something like that. Yeah, so basically I mostly have like icons for card types and like that kind of thing, but there's a few other things. How's it all go? We live and learn every time we do it. Yeah, for sure. Or do it in the future, it'd be much easier, right? And then of course, you know, I also have like the old god cards, which are the enemies of the game. These guys here. Let me know if I'm over explaining, if this isn't what you were looking for. You know, you got your minions, your monsters. I love this. Okay, good. I don't want to just be like nerding out. Minions, monsters. So they basically have like the Dreadling art. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of like an evil Boo. But yeah, they basically have counterparts to each of the player card types. So there's monsters, which basically gonna be attacking you. Wastelands, which are basically drawing more enemy cards. Ruins, which kind of do special effects, which are kind of like the structures. And then curses, which are kind of like their spells. And then of course the old gods, which are the main antagonists of the game. It's pretty maybe my favorite. Thank you. Yeah, I really do like the color scheme of the old gods. I'm happy with I'm happy with the direction I went with them. But yeah, where was I going with this? Yeah, so basically the way the game works, do you want like a quick sort of how the game is played, or are you just mostly looking at what the cards look like and stuff? I can give you a quick overview if you want. I've given you most of it already, but I was mostly looking up. I like to start and make my own. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, it's not too not so fast. We still gotta find time to play together. Save for that deal. Oh, what are we on? Are we on push-ups again? No, we're on sit-ups. All right. Gotta do my workout routine. Yeah, we definitely do have to find a time to play. I don't know if that was something you wanted to do during your event or whatever, during Plague Fest. Let me do these sit-ups, and then if you don't have to go, we can talk about that for half a second. Where the heckaroonie is my... There we go. We're gonna do sit-ups right next to Luna. All right, here we go. Even in... Keep losing track of how many setups I'm at, but there we go. Need to alert because I got a message I need to catch up on.
Gotta love the fitness king. Sorry, I skipped. Gotta catch up on an answer, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries. I figured you'd be busy. I know it's work hours and whatnot. But yeah, we should definitely figure that out, because that'd be cool. Be cool to do a play test. Yeah, we just added the my brain stopped working. The push up, sit up, redeem. Just because I'm like, you know what? I kind of need to. If she keeps walking around, hi. She gotta lick herself. But yeah, I'm definitely out of shape, but I'm trying to get back into shape. I used to be forever ago. Anyway, but yeah, that's the basics of the whole thing there. But yeah, it's honestly a lot simpler than it looks. And I'd be happy to help you get started if you'd like. Yeah, I can't have my camera there, unfortunately. It's just like going across my keyboard. I need to get like an extender for the cat cam. I need to use it too often. Like I'm not quite happy with the hair. I don't know. I guess this doesn't make sense. What is your cat cam? It's just like a Logitech camera. It's like nothing. Like a super old. Just another webcam, really. I do have the other one, which is like when you do the redeem, which is just my cell phone. But yeah. It's just like a Logitech, like I think I sent you the camera before. Like what the camera was. Hey. No. I'm streaming on Wednesday. Would you have time to run through it with me tonight or tomorrow? I can definitely tonight if you want. Tomorrow's a little busier, but definitely could. What time are you thinking of streaming tomorrow? So I'm trying to decide if I'm going to be able to make it to your stream. Mostly, so here's what I'm trying to do. I'm thinking of that's probably fine. I'm trying to get out there more, and I'm tempted to go to my local board game store on Wednesday, and I'm thinking of doing some drop-in D&D, which I'm like kind of socially anxious about, but I really need to do get out, you know. I was thinking like 8 to 10 for stream on Wednesday. Maybe I would still be able to make it then. I don't know how long the D&D thing would be, but I need to get out there. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I also stream, but which me and Adonimus will be playtesting armies. That'll be kind of cool. In theory. Assuming he's still good too.
Yeah, I definitely actually that's probably one of the things I'm gonna do tonight is I'm gonna build some D&D characters. Because one, there's the new version of the game, and I don't know if what people are using, honestly. They look disgruntled. Yeah, I mean they're supposed to look kind of angry. I should get the eyes in so we can kind of see how they look, how she looks. That's what that's currently how she is. Angie. I feel like her head's too big. I think I made it too large. A little better. Personally, a problem with crunching it down is I destroy the line quality, but whatever. Your art style is super unique. How do you come up with it? / what kind of inspires it? Well, so good question. First, it's slightly inspired by my own comic, right? By the old Blanket Shaman comic, right? I mean, you've seen it, right? I can pull it up, but that's the first thing that inspired it. It's, you know, I tried to do an even more simplified version of that. At least some of the style, right? Like the lands and all that kind of stuff. That kind of is pretty much inspired by that. The characters themselves were like I started the like my little guy first, the little Beats guy, because I wanted to make something that was easily animatable, and that was pretty much inspired by if you've seen it before, either Extra Credits or what's it called? God, what's the other one that was on The Escapist, or the one that was on The Escapist? God, I'm blanking on what it's called. Zero Punctuation. Sorry. Could not remember what it was called. You know, those sort of simple style characters from, you know, the 90s, I guess. Early 2000s. I guess it was just 2000s, but... yeah, so I think that the characters themselves were inspired by that for easy animation, because I knew it existed and I knew it was going to be easy. And then this challenge was done in like a, you know, very short period of time. It was a 2-week challenge, so I'm like, I can't be making any like crazy art. Gotta get done with however many cards in such a short period of time. I need to do something simple. You know, now that this is gone, I kind of feel better about this. Her eyeball is weird, though. So yeah, it's kind of a combination between my comic and, you you know, those kind of things. My comic was inspired a lot by Adventure Time, admittedly. And then kind of just like a various artists here and there. You know, I'm gonna, you know, just artists I like in general. But yeah, it was definitely very Adventure Time inspired. So we're kind of in like a range between those. Adventure Time mentioned, indeed. All right, what colors are we thinking? I mean, red, right? Obviously. I feel like red and like a dark, like almost like a, I don't want to do a color that we don't normally do. Something like a really dark grayish brown, maybe. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question, Fig. I don't know why I didn't do this on another layer, but those are my main inspirations, I would say. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know, I'm making this for myself. Oh, I did put it on a separate. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. And then maybe some gold. Y'all, I've been streaming for so long now. I don't regret it, but we're at 6 hours now. I'm glad you don't regret it. I mean, I might regret it later, but currently, no. It's that kind of day. I can relate. I really should be working on... Oh, you know what? I didn't... Give me a second. Sorry, I forgot that I was gonna say whether I was busy or not to family.
because I was like, wasn't sure if I was gonna come over or go over to my brother's today, but at this point, no. I think we're just gonna go with that simple sort of design. I don't think we're gonna do anything too crazy. There probably should be like a tie around her waist, to, like, keep everything together, if it's to make any sense. But at the same time, do I care? Do we care? Yeah, we can care. We can care a little bit. Be a fire belt. It could be, but I think we can kind of take this opportunity to do more dangly bits, you know, like a little, probably the wrong word to use. There we go. A fire belt would be cool, but I think this works. What, kitten? My cat's getting mad at me. That's how long I've been streaming. I think we probably just finish this character and then we call it a day. We're about to hit an ad. I think I'm just gonna keep working through it and just call it done once I'm done with the character, because I don't think I'm gonna finish this card. I really should. Here's the thing, I should have gotten more more editing done, because I have my how to play video I need to finish, and it's just not, I haven't finished it, you know. That's just all there is to it. I haven't done it, and I need to. It's been a good stream though. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. Meow. Yo, Toots. Tutorino. Just gonna call you out right now. Specifically call you out. Toot. He needs to answer a message that he hasn't answered is all. No, I'm calling you. You listen here. Toot. That's even your real name. Look at the Baldur's Gate chat. That's all. Yeah, we're doing an ad, but I'm just gonna roll through it. The price you have to pay for me going overtime. Most of you are subscribed anyway, so it's like whatever. I guess most isn't, but you know, here we are. What can you do? Somehow I muted the stream. Was I requested? Yeah, I was telling you to look at the telling you to look at the Baldur's Gate chat. Because I knew I had a direct access to that. Alfredo's like, yeah, the no talking blah 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 guy. That's you. You know what I mean? The no reads the chat guy. Although I guess I kind of know what's going on with you, but it would be late if it happened. Sorry, but you're good. I'm just messing with you. But I see no ads. Of course. I love ads. I'm co-working anyways. Hearing Pete's voice is calming. Thank you, dude. Just num ads. And then her hair is gonna be just like fire orange because it's actually going to be fire. Her hair is gonna be fire because it is. I guess this color. This isn't the orange I use. That's the orange I use. Right now, the Adventure Time theme is stuck in my head. Again. There you go. Adventure Time. Come and grab your friends. Go to very distant lands. Let me quickly open a card that has fire so I can reference it. Land. No, let's go to Old God cards, Wastelands, Inferno. Okay, we just do yellow and then that's kind of it. Oops, that's Rod's thing. We don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. We need this. White baby. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to go soon because the kitten is mad at me. Like, you've been on your computer way too long. What is up with this? Why aren't you playing with me? This will look better, I think, in the end. Actually, it's actually your longest stream. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this is now my longest stream. I was gonna say, it's definitely close, but we... is it though? I thought my longest one was like 6 hours and 15 minutes or something. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was like 5 minutes. Okay, we just need to do the face. And then... and then we're going to be done, I think. By the time I'm done, it will definitely be the longest stream, but...
think her eyes are just going to be pure white. You know, classic Angie eyes. So angry.
Figaro's gift
Yo!
subscriptions to the community.
Fig! Oh, yo, nice. Thank you for the gifted sub to Mosta. Heck yeah, look at that. No more ads for Mosta. Thank you, Fig. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I know you really like the ads. That's funny. Oh, my ads. No, the yummy, yummy ads. The problem with like streaming, oh god, the problem with streaming so long is like my efficiency gets worse. Like I feel like I could have done this fast. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Characters always take me longer, but I almost feel like I could have been, you know, more efficient here. But I'm just gonna put these in groups instead of merging them because I don't know how the fire is gonna like affect the her whole look, but I think that's her. I'm gonna have to do some fixes, but I think for now, yeah, the eye looks a little weird. One of them. This eye specifically looks weird. Even though I thought I fixed it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tap out here. I am out of energy. One of the actually worst parts about streaming though is honestly just having lighting on myself. It's like in my eyes and it makes me tired. All right, I think that's good enough for now. We can make it look as long as Beats is happy. I'm happy. I'm a happy guy most of the time. Yeah, she's gonna need a little bit of fixing. I don't know exactly what it is right now, but I think once I've taken a break and come back to it, I think I'll understand what I need to do, you know? Kind of at that point where I'm like, something's wrong here. I think her chin or something is weird. But yeah, I think we're done. And I'm pretty sure it's now it is now the longest stream we've ever done. So, time to be done. Let's find someone to raid. Mosta, you got any suggestions? I know you know people.
I know a lot. You sure do. What's your mood like? I mean, usually we do like artists, but I'm cool with whoever. I'm cool with whoever's cool. Hey, just got back at the end. Yeah, we're it's about that time. This is the longest stream I've ever done at this point, so for literally no reason. So Luna, oh yeah, look, she wants me to play so bad. She's just like a game dev artist. I know them? Maybe not. We've been going a while. I really have. Oops, I accidentally just wait. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Mosta is extremely good at finding cool people. Software and game development. F-I-E-R. No, there's no R. H-R-A. There we go. Gotcha. Okay. Feyera. On artist. We'll look at both of them real quick, just for the funnies of it. Era. I mean, I don't know. They both look cool. It's been 8 hours. What the hell? Yeah, it's actually only been 6, but I am about to leave. We're raiding out right now. I can't decide, so I'm just gonna go with our artist friend here, Lean. I like the little mugs she's drawing. It's cute. Anyway. Let's get out of here, y'all. It's been way too long. Anyway, I appreciate y'all being here for as long as you have. I'm sure you started at yeah, it's a full heckin' long stream. If you want a small streamer. I was gonna say we're just gonna go here. I probably can't decide at this point anyway, but yeah, 6 hours. 6 hour 18-minute, officially our longest stream for literally no reason, but it was fun. Have fun. You have the good rest of your day. We'll see you on Wednesday. Me and Adonimus are going to be playtesting armies, so that should be kind of fun. And then yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I need to go. Goodbye. Goodbye. You know what I did? I did that thing where you say goodbye and then you don't hit the raid button and then you have to wait 10 seconds and then you have to like stall for a minute and then you go, okay, or actually we're not leaving. Okay, but now actually we're leaving. Goodbye. Love y'all. See ya.